Okay. It is 8:30. We are starting on time. Proud of us. On August 20th. This is a regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. The first item on the agenda is public comment. And if you're here to make public comment about the library item, just know that I will welcome comment during that time on the agenda. Anything on Zoom?
No hands raised, nope.
Okay. We're gonna close public comment. Let's do county commissioner updates. Mitch, what's going on?
What is going on? I got a lot of feedback from our last conversation about short-term rentals. People on my end of the universe, on the east end of the county. And they were curious what the timing was for some of the changes to the STR requirements that were discussed during the public session. So
Actually, it's on that list that I just gave you. These are tentative dates right now, and I haven't had a chance.
I can find it and I can answer their questions.
Okay, but please understand, those are tentative dates and they could move. That's part of what
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna.
give them your phone number.
And are those dates?
Those are dates that I've discussed with Amy, but have not discussed with Peter and whether or not we're gonna be prepared.
Are they work sessions?
One's a work session and one's a potential approval of a new ordinance.
Work session, first reading, second reading, so.
But again, those are tentative dates, and that document, which I'm gonna cover in my update, is just a preview of what's coming, right? And those things can change based on many factors, so.
And just so you know, I am in possession of the latest draft that was reworked by our building department. And so I too discussed with Amy those dates, so we're on board and we should be able to stick with those.
Has the planning commission discussed them yet?
We have decided not to take that route. That it doesn't need to go to the planning commission for the adoption of the ordinance, as far as whether we ultimately make adjustments to the zoning code itself in order to address that, then we'll bring that part to the planning commission, but this should not get in the way of the ordinance.
Okay.
I've also had some discussions with people. I know fire ban signs aren't what we do. It's a sheriff activity, I believe. But it seems like people are confused because different signs say different things, and they think if it says shooting here and not shooting there, then they can shoot where there's not a sign that says no shooting. I'm just wondering if perhaps we could find a way to get some consistent signage. Maybe the PIOs from both organizations could work together on messaging that people will understand.
Okay.
The sheriff's department has been working with their PIO and had been in communication with Commissioner Wheelock addressing signage. I spoke to Matt Brown this morning, who is the undersheriff. Today they're at a conference, but I will circle back with him on that so that we can address it. And then Jenny Fulton, who's the PIO at the sheriff's office, we'll just get her back in touch with Megan. I know they have talked when the fire ban went into effect.
Okay.
And just so that it is understood, on county-owned property, unincorporated county property in particular, shooting is not permitted. However, on U.S. Forest Service land, that's up to the Forest Service. And until they're in a stage 2, and I'm not sure if they're in a stage 2, my understanding is that permitted shooting is still available on there.
May those shooting ranges open soon. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I share the opinion. I've noticed some of the new fire ban signs just say fire ban. You can count me among the strong advocates for one that's more descriptive than that.
Okay.
And would love to see the sheriff's office purchase new fire ban signs.
I saw a new one somewhere that said no shooting on it over the weekend. I don't remember where it was
I know
though.
they've done some work on it, but obviously,
We have off-highway vehicles and
Yeah.
lots of things that are
Yeah.
under that umbrella.
okay. Yeah, I'll take care of that.
Um,
Email the sheriff.
Okay, a couple of things from me. First, it was in our last meeting, or maybe between meetings, we learned that we are using our grants coordinator. Love it when people go find a promotion somewhere else. I think, congratulations to Rebecca. My question is about what we're doing in the interim, and my desire is to see that if we post that position and we don't see qualified applicants relatively quickly, we pursue a contract. I'm worried because City of Idaho Springs, where there's a lot of collaboration, has also like lost some capacity. And I want to see us have the capacity to write some of the grants that I think are on the horizon. I don't know how you feel about that, Mitch.
I'm gonna cover that during my update.
Thank you. I spent the latter part of last week in Gunnison at the CCAT retreat. It went well. I want to report that there's a growing level of enthusiasm about counties being given better tax proposal options. That conversation continues to crystallize and people continue to get more excited about it. I also am discussing, I've been given access to the bill drafters on, in the state to start working on a bill that would encompass three of the concepts. It's loosely framed as give counties the same options municipalities have. And that would be the occupational tax. The occupational tax is what cities use to sort of mimic lodging taxes. We could use this to propose taxes on rafting companies, but to basically identify industries that have big impacts that we think might not be paying their way, and propose a tax on them. It would include the ability to propose sales tax within our jurisdiction only, where the effective rate is around 4.5% lower than in the municipalities. And it would include the ability of counties to regulate and impose fees on businesses like municipalities can. Currently, we only have regulatory and fee authority over short-term rentals. Municipalities and their residents enjoy and benefit from that broader authority. So that's an update. I'm pretty excited about that. I think this might actually be the year for us to go get something done on this, which is a wonderful segue into, you guys probably know there's a special session that's been called by the governor, negotiating with this group that has for many years put property tax cuts on the ballot. My sense of that is that the deal they've negotiated is around 1.5% more expensive to us than what was passed late last session. And then if 108 was to pass, it's about twice as harmful, 100% more than what was passed in Senate Bill 233. So I'm leaning towards, I don't know about supporting the bill, but I'm leaning towards not opposing it. The bill that would be introduced in special session to execute this deal. I'm very curious and focused on the details and making sure that, like, when you're talking about caps, like the right exemptions are in there so that when new construction doesn't, go against your cap. There's like a lot of nuance, but that's kind of where my head is at on this. I could decide I wanted to support this bill, depending on how things go, but I wanted to just offer my perspective on that and hear your thoughts.
Not ready to share thoughts.
Are you getting emails on this stuff? Do you have
No.
access to information?
Still don't get it.
Okay. Then let's get you the information that you need.
You're not getting the CCI ones?
I'm not. We've tried twice.
Really?
Really? I got
I forwarded
But
you.
but I occasionally get somebody forwarded from Beth.
Yeah.
But I don't get it. And I wrote her after the most recent forward.
Yeah,
But, so we've tried, I guess, 3 times.
We can just reach out, we just reach out to the CCI staff. We'll do that.
I'll reach out to CCAT staff and make sure you're getting what they're sending out. And I will forward you what was sent, which is a pretty comprehensive take on that. The property tax, what is it called? Let's call it the property tax commission. Met last Monday, and there were several good presentations that are attached to this email. We can keep moving forward. I mentioned this last week, but I met with 2 weeks ago. Now the meeting has happened. Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership and the NOCO Fire Shed are two separate, like, fire mitigation collaborations that both do work in Clear Creek or fund work in Clear Creek and define projects, et cetera. They both have like GIS tools that map projects and where there's risk. And I think it's in our interest for those tools to at least have the same information in them. That meeting went really well. The Watershed Forest Health Partnership has a person that is just starting to dig in and get a lot of this into their system. And then what I'm told is that it'll be pretty easy from there to go upload it into the other system, which is the one that the Forest Service sees and uses and looks at to justify projects. So I thought that went well. I'm glad that they're working together nicely. And what just popped into my head, I didn't mean to mention, but I look forward to seeing, I know we're going to see a draft CWPP really soon, Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And I look forward to seeing that and digging into it. Thanks, Jeremy, for all your work on it. Jeremy Jones and that is all from me. So let's move to county manager updates. Brian.
Good morning. I put this, as this just came out when Mitch was speaking, I put this new document in front of you. This is something we've been using internally for quite some time, just to track future, just to know what's coming up in terms of agenda items, for your board meetings. George had asked to see, be able to get a look into the future in terms of what's coming. So that's what this document is intended to do. Let's assume it's written like an Etch-a-Sketch. So when you go like this, everything disappears. Nothing's written in stone. But that's what helps us track. And I think there's a lot of things on, if you look at page 2, there's a lot of things on this back that aren't on here yet. And if you look at November 5th is the first Tuesday of November. That is a regular scheduled board meeting, and we were targeting that meeting to do your budget workshop, meaning it would be the only item on the agenda. But considering what these dates already look like, I'd like to suggest that we move and hold a special meeting to do the budget. October 29th is a Tuesday. That's a potential option. I know Randy's not here, so we're gonna need to get with him as well. But I do think moving that meeting to allow us to have our other 2 regularly scheduled meetings to get all the other business done that you guys need to do, it kind of makes sense for us. So, so again, October 29th is a Tuesday. If the 2 of you can let me know if that works for you, then I can get with Randy or then we'll have to find some different dates.
It works for me and it makes sense to me. Also, November 5th is
Election day.
so we're gonna
have to go. Thank you for that reminder. We're gonna have to either go all Zoom or decide to hold it somewhere else I mean, it could be held in the health clinic. That room is completely Zoom capable. If you wanted to sit together, but we can talk about that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll get with Randy on the 10/29 date.
looking at this calendar. I would love to either find another location on the 5th or decide to meet on the 12th, because we've got a lot of work to do.
Hmm.
And I know Randy's gonna wanna, he's leaving office and there's a lot, I suspect that he's gonna wanna discuss, still wants to get done.
Okay,
Well, I'm all for meeting. The 12th would be more difficult than keeping it on the 5th or close to the original date.
yeah, the 12th.
Are you okay on the 29th?
Yeah, the 29th of October was fine.
12th is also the mayor's and commissioners meeting. Okay, that's gonna be a work in progress. So the comment about the grants coordinator, we did hire a new finance director who is starting on September 16th. Her name is Rachel Harlow Shock. She works for the state right now, the governor's office. The grants coordinator position has been open since probably a day after she announced she was leaving. So it's been open for 2 weeks. We are getting qualified candidates, but I don't intend to do interviews until we get a finance director here. It's a 4-person team. And so she's got to be part of that hire to ensure we're hiring the right fit for the team. But that's not to say that we can't get grants written in the meantime, if something pops up. But September 16th is pretty much right around the corner at this point. We have moved grant reporting back to the individual departments like it was before when we did not have a grant coordinator. But that right now is the plan.
Is she still here, Rebecca?
Yes, today's Tuesday. Tomorrow is her last day. So she's
Do
actually,
we have, she probably has a list of any grant deadlines that are coming up over the next.
she's going to be here for the pension item. We can talk to her offline if you want.
There are a couple I have my eye on that I'm not thinking of their titles right now. Stronger Communities, I think was one of them.
Let's talk about it on Friday.
Deal.
Okay. Friendly reminder, we have a fire authority meeting on Thursday, 5:30. After you're coming back from CCI. You should have received an invitation from Cassandra of the Tourism Bureau for an event that they have upcoming. I just wanted to highlight that for you. They're doing the event at their office, which is in our resource center, showing off their new micro information center. And then they're going to be doing a presentation at the Club Hotel across the parking lot there. So just wanted to highlight that for you. Also wanted to let you know that I did participate in a meeting with a member of the Board of Education, the superintendent, Idaho Springs, and the EDC to start planning the public meeting related to Carlson Elementary, which is scheduled for September 16th. I'm going to help them kind of craft some questions that we're going to be asking the community with respect to public outreach on that building. And we did make a decision at that meeting to make this a jointly sponsored community event between the county, the school district, and the EDC. Again, that's at September 16th at Carlson at 6 p.m. So
Does that? I was thinking that I would be participating in that as a constituent of theirs. So I'm not sure, do we need public engagement on that? It's their decision.
I think it's just that we're all jointly holding the meeting. That's all. And I don't think it's because we're all participating and trying to plan it. I think that's how that came about. I mean, I can certainly.
No, I'm not asking to reverse that decision. I think it might be important to make it clear whose property it is and whose decision.
Oh, that's
it is and what happens.
That's going to be clear. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And then
I'm saying that because there's a lot of energy around what's happening on the football field right now. And a lot of it is pointing at the county commissioners. That's to look it up.
not our project. Finally, congratulations to Beth Luther. We did win a Metro Vision Award through Dr. Cog for her work all of her hard work. We got a couple of members, Megan's on that team as well. The broadband team that's been collaborating with Netherland and Gilpin County. So Dr. Cog is holding an awards event on August 28th, 6 p.m. social hour, 7 p.m. dinner, where we're gonna get that award. Beth walking on stage.
Scary.
So let us know if that's something you can attend. Three of us will be there for sure. Cheer Beth on.
Just need to make a reservation if you guys want to come. And then any dietary restrictions and
28th of which month?
this
month.
month. So next Wednesday. So if you guys want to come, I think Gilpin commissioners and their manager are coming. Jonathan's coming from Netherlands. And I think one of their council people, so.
That's also the night of the super meeting,
Yep.
which will be taped.
And that's it.
My plan is to go to the first hour of the Superfund meeting, first half hour or so. Okay, thank you, sir. Let's move to. We have an interview with Chad Holtzman. Is he here?
He is online. I'm the panelist right now. There he is.
Good morning, Mr. Holtzman. Thank you for indulging us with this interview.
Oh,
The
sure.
board Is, we've been working on a policy of anytime there's a reappointment coming up with checking in. I don't view this as a high stakes interview by any means. But it's nice to put a face to the name since you're representing us. And I think I know I'm kind of curious, just your philosophy on mental health, the problems you see, what you think the interventions are, and then how you are making sure that the resources of JCMH that are intended for us are making it to us. Before we get there, though, feel free to maybe just introduce yourself for the benefit of the public. And
Oh, sure. Well, I live in the mountain communities. That's kind of how this started. I've been in Gilpin County going on 11 years. My career, I spent the first half of my career in community mental health as a clinical psychologist in the Midwest. And that's kind of what prompted a lot of this, is to stay engaged with kind of my education, my previous experience. I have been employed the last half of my career in corporate roles for the casino industry. I'm currently a corporate vice president of planning and analysis. So very focused on strategy, finance, those kind of areas. I was appointed in 2017 by the two commissions for the Mental Health Center Board, and served on the executive committee for 4 years of the 7 as a secretary and the treasurer. I was chaired the finance committee as the treasurer, and been on various subcommittees, most recently merger acquisition committees with the mental health center, as we've kind of looked to position ourselves a little bit better, I think, financially and strategically, as the landscape has changed for mental health and their funding over the past several years, between the rabids and the more recent kind of fee-for-service model that they're going to right now. So very, very similar things that I dealt with, I think, in the Midwest. I went through mental health reform, deinstitutionalization, a lot of those things when I was first starting out. So it's very familiar, I would say, to what's going on here in the state of Colorado. Yes.
okay. Thank you, Mitch.
I'm curious what excites you about JCMH's work.
I really enjoy mental health. I enjoy the fact that they are positioned as really a leader, I think, in the state, in the way that we have had different visions for services across our 3 counties that we serve, as well as just the financial positioning. It's the the philosophy, I think, is very dear to my heart in the way that we have been able to provide those services. Representing the mountain communities, I think it comes back to my rural mental health days as well, and being able to get mental health first aid out here, a lot of the grants and things that they have through you guys. I feel like Gilpin County is a little bit different situation, so I've kind of worked and partnered with them to get into work with Kevin in the sheriff's office, do things there, get some crisis services more up here, versus that 2-hour commute that happens. So I think, I'm not sure what else I didn't say.
Thank you.
So
What immediate challenges do you see for the organization?
I think it's kind of what we've been talking about with that merger acquisition. I think there's financial situations that have happened. First, when I first started with the organization in 17, going into 18, there was the Ray bids, which regionalized mental health centers, and they kind of had their own individual contracts for reimbursement. Since then, it's kind of evolved in more of a kind of fee for service model, which is not always the most ideal. And so I think with that, the Medicaid reimbursements have changed. They've decreased pretty significantly. And I think, positioning ourselves in such a way, and that's where Kira, the CEO, has really, had that vision of what can we do to find other partners that have those similar interests, as well as maybe can expand our services, and that's really where I think they're really focusing right now as to where that can go.
Thank you.
I think you've answered everything pretty comprehensively. Maybe just what we struggle with up here, when we're in a region that, Clear Creek has 9,000 people, 9,500, Gilpin has like 5,600 people. Jefferson County has more than 500,000. They're the fourth biggest county in the state. I assume you view your role, at least in addition to just being a good member of the team, helping them make good decisions, is helping keep an eye on their investment up here, and their provision of services up here. Do you have any comments about, what that looks like, how you try to measure that?
Yeah, I think there's a combination of things. When I first started, that was a lot of my focus, is how do we make sure we're getting services up here and they're not just shipping people from Jefferson County when we need it. And that, working with, at the time, Linda Eisenhart in Gilpin County, and kind of discussing that, we actually had a mountain services meeting that brought in different people from the community. And I think that helped initially. There's been a lot of change within different elected positions over time. And so I think that's only improved. Additionally, with my role in the casino industry, I was able to get the fund development committee and the CEO involved with the casinos, which have a lot of extra money to give, and getting them involved with some of the donations, things like that. So we've actually got cash donations from Caesars and partnered with a lot of those. So trying to just give some other resources there. But yeah, I think that's often, having spent all of my time on the finance committee, that's been a big focus for me too, is not just services, but knowing we're a smaller part of the big piece, and how do they keep their eye on us out here with that. And I think that's happened. I think we've got, presence in the jail, presence in the school system, the mobile crisis, and having actually full-time crisis people that serve just the mountain communities. So I think just in the 7 years I've been on, I've seen quite an expansion for attention out here. And the county commissioners being involved helps a lot. I've went through 3 different commissioners in my time with you guys, and I'm at my second with Gilpin County. And I think having them attend the meeting as well provides additional insight sometimes that we don't always have. We're not positioned, I guess, like in some way as a mental health center. And so that's been quite helpful. So I think, yeah, and like I said, growing up in the rural areas, I'm quite used to being 2 hours away from my next client, that kind of thing. So I think it's very familiar to me, and just reminding them that our resources aren't right down the street sometimes when we discuss new programs. And we've had other ideas. I think the development committee, actually, we've looked at housing. You know, there's a lot of discussion around homelessness and low income, and so we've even had some things recently that didn't go through, but opportunities for multifamily, things like that, the mental health center would actually own and help subsidize and have different treatment options, things like that up here versus having people go back down to the city. So I think it's definitely at the forefront.
Thank you. I appreciate the depth you went into in that answer. I don't think I have any questions. Do you have any questions for us, or we can kind of tell you what the next steps look like?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Brian, we hold one-on-ones with Brian. Brian will ask us how we feel in those one-on-ones, and then if the board needs to have a discussion about it, we will, but you're more than likely gonna see your reappointment on a consent agenda soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks for your time today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have abatement hearings. Assessor G is here. It looks like we have 3 abatement hearings. I guess you have to use a title with me if I'm gonna use a title with you, huh?
I think. Is Yola?
They're online.
Yes.
Promote them as panelists if they have anything they want to say.
Hey, if you want to do them
Okay.
first. Okay.
Perfect. Lawrence is online as a panelist. That's the Giola.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. What we're gonna do is we're gonna ask the assessor to present the case and her recommendation. We'll ask you for any comments and any questions that we have, we'll ask at that point, and then we'll make a decision here.
Sure,
Hi.
thank you.
Okay, so we have an abatement request. It's for 22 tax year, due attempt 23, and 23 taxes due in 24. The assessor does reassessment every 2 years. The 23 and 24 values were set by sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. The 21 and 22 values were set by sales that occurred July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2020. The property owner has challenged the value again for 22 and 23. The 22 tax year, they've requested a value of $930,000. The assessor is recommending denial on that, as the value was $930,000 for that year. Then for the 2023 tax year, the assessor recommends approval. They are again requesting the $1,385,000. And based on comparable sales, on page 2 of 5 for the comparable sales, the most comparable sale was account R017014. The value being recommended is $1,254,930,000. Wait, I said that wrong. 1.2 million.
Okay, Lawrence?
Yeah, I guess, was that the total valuation, land and residence?
That is correct.
Okay, so it now would become 1.2 million. I just wanted to validate.
That is correct.
Yeah. And that's pretty much in line with the analysis that I did with looking at the target properties, and some of the overridden properties in District 13 and 14. So I'm in agreement with that.
All right, then. I'd like to move, we accept the recommendation for abatement case 24-44.
I will second that. Any discussion? I just want to observe, sometimes you see this happen. I think it's a measure of the objectivity of our assessor that once looking at it closer, your recommendation is below what he thought.
That is correct.
Just to anybody who's out there thinking that we're always trying to turn the screws as tight as we can here, I actually appreciate you being objective.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your diligence on that as well.
You're welcome.
Any further
Nope.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's move, is O'Fallon?
And we do have the next
Right
person
here.
online.
Sit with her?
You did? The hot.
I have, this is for, who do I give this to? This is some information.
It is the same. Awesome.
Thank you.
Oh, and my apologies.
Just make sure it gets.
Other,
Yes.
Randy.
maybe taking these out of order. They're listed differently in different areas, so, but we'll get to it. Donna, describe this one too.
Okay. This is an abatement request. Again, we do for 2023 there, for 2020, it says 2024, but I knew you wanted the adjustment for 23 with taxes due in 24.
Yes.
Because we haven't set values for 24 yet. And again, we do reassessment every 2 years. The 23 and 24 values are based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. The property owner has owned this property since 1989. Based on the comparable sales, we have 2 pages of comparable sales with 3, 4, 5 comparable sales. And his current value is 51,480. He is requesting a value of 40,000. And on page 1, the most comparable sale is that first account of 52,410. Account number R003494. It only has $2,590 in adjustments. There are no adjustments made. It is completely comparable with the property. Only adjustment made is for the square footage. The other ones do have a little bit higher of adjustments. One at 3,760, one at 23,000, another one at 7,190, and then the last one at 2,740, 2,760.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Fallon, what would you add to that?
Well, first of all, this is my inheritance. I think my dad bought this in the 50s or 60s for about $50 to $100. I had 2 properties. I did sell one. I looked into developing this property, and it has a couple major issues. You can see from here, the Colorado Department of Reclamation and Mining said hazardous opening. They're supposed to come in here and seal this off. I've tried to contact them. I gave them permission to come in, and they haven't. This property is also divided into 2 pieces. There's the road that goes through it. The western part is about, 3/8. It's not buildable. There's a slope to it. The problem with building on this property is you have to go about 50 feet, then you have to go straight up to the one spot that could be a building site. Trouble is, you're going right over the mine. To get to a building site, you're gonna have to go around, tear a bunch of trees out, then you're gonna have to, now, I tried to go, I'm claustrophobic. So I tried to go into the mine, but I didn't get very far. I'll tell you that right now. I had a developer come in, he went into it, says it's fairly deep and also goes along a ways, it's L-shaped, so there's the build, you can't build over a mining shaft. And so how close can you get to the mining shaft? So you're gonna have to build around, then you're gonna have to go and tear down a bunch of trees, which I hate the idea of it, but you're gonna try to get to a site that would be possibly fairly decent, but there's a lot of obstacles, because you're gonna have to go in there and measure. I don't know, how do you measure the mining site? Do you do an ultrasound or something, seismic, to decide where you can go, how far to go, et cetera? So yes, you can build on this site, but there's a lot of obstacles and a lot of expenses, which doesn't make it as feasible. And I think the value put on at 50, I understand the comparables, but I don't think they take it to the situation that this piece of property has. And I'm just asking for an abatement. I'm not so worried about the 51, the 40. I'll pay your money. You know, you have gone from $12 to about $1,000. And I would like to ask you to understand the situation and make some changes here. And I have a letter from the contractor that looked at it, you know, and he turned it down. I also offered it to one of your former employees, Brian Monsu, who's my nephew. He's agreed to help me clear some trees out, but he didn't want to build up there. Brian's remodeling his house. I would have brought him in, but his mother died a week ago. And so that's where I'm at.
Thank you. And you are probably aware, this board doesn't have any leeway to sort of understand the situation and make a change. It's really just about what's objective about the comparables here. So Donna, can you clarify your recommendation of 51,480? Is that no adjustment? Are you recommending denial? You are.
I am correct. And the other ones are quite a bit above it. The one comparable came in at 65,760. Another comparable came in at 111,000. Another comparable at 67,000, and the last one at 72,000.
And they do look very comparable as far as you've got same location rating, similar topography on all of these comparables.
My one point is, since the property is divided by a road and the bottom three, let's say 3/8 is not usable in a sense, does that have any effect on this?
If it's one parcel, then we give it one assessment. I don't know if that answers, but that's just what statute says. What we're really constrained by statute. But let me remember I've got a colleague here to help think about this and what's on your mind, Mitch?
I'm not seeing a lot of room to make movement, to be honest. When I looked at the comparables over the weekend, it seemed like the assessor was kind of spot on. So I'm not sure I have any questions. I just have an observation.
I think I agree. I mean, the location rating, given that it has a road going through it, which a lot of people view as an asset. I think fair is accurate. I don't hear you saying that the topography is mislabeled or that the right road type is wrong. So I don't like, the reason I'm looking at that is the things that we can do is really look at the factors in these comparables and say, oh, are we sure the location rating is fair and not poor? But it sounds to me like this is accurate. So I would support a denial as well.
Well, then I'd move that we accept the assessor's recommendation and deny application 24-57.
We have a motion in a second.
Aye.
Aye. And Mr. O'Fallon, thank you for coming to us. I understand that this is properties in this part of the world can be pretty challenging.
All right, thank you for your time.
And let's do the last one. Apologies if you thought you were second. Is the applicant here?
Yep.
Okay. Donna, if you would, please.
Okay.
First, let's make sure is the applicant.
Yes, their cameras is off, so you can.
Hello,
Excellent. Welcome. Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Okay, so we have an abatement request. The current value of the property is $43,740. It's for 2023. Again, values are set for the 23 and 24 years by sales that occurred July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022. This one is up in St. Mary's where we are seeing a tremendous amount of sales. The assessor is recommending a denial. The comparables, we got 3 comparables that came in and they are spot on. The first comparable came in at $44,240 with only 7,240 adjustments. Second one at $42,660. And then the third one at $37,710 with only $710 in adjustment. The property sits right between Alps Road and Little Creek, so it's got access from both those sides. Our characteristics, we have an average location. It's a secondary gravel road. We have it as sloping with a steep back. But this one is coming right in where it should be.
Okay, thank you. And Victoria, what would you add or what do you have to say on the matter?
Okay, for a couple of things. One, when it talks about property views, so given, you've now seen where the location is. So my view, if I were to tear out the trees, what I would see would be the roofs of lots of trailers. So the view is pretty bleak on my section. I'm kind of a buffer, that to get the altitude so people can not see what my site would see. So then the next part on as far as views that don't warrant that kind of pricing, because nobody's going to pay that kind of money to look at the tops of trailers. The next part I saw when I looked at the comparables of the, she said there was multiple sales. There were 177 lots that were similar that did sell. Of those lots, the nearest ones to me, there were only 41 of those out of 177 that were close to my area. In my exact area where I'm located, the value is closer. Let's see, there was a 657 that was sold. It was 24,000. Lot 645 was quick claim deeded. It was at 28,000. It was not at 44. The closest comparables she has, 732 and 763, don't even show up on my subdivision unit map. They're not near me. I get that they're close, but they're not near me. It's not my area. It's not what we're seeing right in our little hub. So I don't think it's fair. I think the value would be closer down to the $25,000 to $28,000 range.
We do not have a property view on this property, so it's not being valued with a property view.
I understand that. And the reason there isn't one is because we don't have one at all.
Right, so we do not have a value for that adjustment.
Right, but that needs to be a consideration because we're not going to get $48,000 given that there is a view of nothing.
Statute, I don't think gives us much to do here as far as the view. I mean, the location rating, I just jump out with my opinion. Mitch, what kind of questions do you have?
Well, I was just going to share that the assessor did pick up on the same property view observation as the property owner.
But I'm valued the same as somebody that has a view.
I don't see that. I see that property view is false. And I
Right.
see
And the comparables are true.
And there's no adjustment for a view according to the statistical analysis. When
But
we
in the
use
real estate
linear
world-
regression, where there is no adjustment for that this time.
Not at this time, but in the real world, where people want to pay money for things they want to view, if they're coming to that area.
We do reassessment every 2 years, so it might be an adjustment coming up when we start a reassessment in 2025, but for 23 and 24, it is not an adjustment. And we do adjust properties to make them comparable based on the statistical analysis. And we do have some adjustments for some areas such as sloping. The
And I get
adjustment is-
statistically adjusting, but there's no statistically adjusting of physical features. The physical features cannot be changed.
We do
There's
it
no
according to
statisticking.
statute.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, Sorry.
I'm not gonna get your last name right. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry, but thank you for your comments. I don't, unless we have any questions for you, I think that I'm satisfied with, that I understand where you're coming from. Do you have any further questions?
I do not.
I don't have any further questions either. I agree with the assessor on this one. A little bit of commentary. I've been in a lot of Clear Creek County, and St. Mary's has spectacular views, pretty much any square inch. And I don't take the presence of roofs, as whether they're mobile homes or other homes, as a significant inhibitor to the view. That's just my personal opinion that I feel like I need to state. I also have to note that the property view here is listed as false, so the assessor agrees with you. I just can't help but state that I think we live in a very beautiful place that is not marred by the presence of homes or mobile home parks. That said, do I hear a motion? Or I would welcome a motion to be more respectful.
I move that we accept the assessor's recommendation for case 24-55 and deny the request.
I second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mrs. Lori. I'm sorry for getting your name wrong. I'm sure I got that wrong. And thank you, Assessor. Moving to the next item on our agenda, and okay.
Thanks.
Or anybody else on? Let's move to the consent agenda. The first is, does anybody want to ask for anything to be removed from the consent agenda?
I think that's on you.
I do. I want to ask for item H to be removed. The proposal from the library district, I think merits some discussion. I'm curious, and I'd like to hear from my friends at the library district. So if that's the only item, I'll read the rest of them, and then we'll take that item up. I have item A, consideration of approval of the warrant and register. Item B, consideration of approval of 2019 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes, January 22nd, April 23rd, October 17th, and November 7th of 2019. And consideration of 2020 minutes, 27th, April 29th, October 7th, October 14th, October 28th of 2020. Item D, consideration of approval of February 1st, 3rd, 17th, and January 18th of 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. E, consideration of approval of the public trustee quarterly reports. F, consideration of approval of a letter of support for project support state historical grant application. G, consideration of approval of a letter of support for US Highway 40 Empire Wildlife Crossing application to the Federal Discretionary Wildlife Crossing Grant Program. And item I, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County and Clear Creek County School District RE-1 for use of Clear Creek High School. I would welcome a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Consent agenda as amended.
Second. Just want to point out a couple things here. Continuing to formalize agreements for emergency use. Appreciate seeing that. These have been handshakes in the past, and I think having something in writing is really helpful. I'm also happy to see us participating and supporting our partners in a handful of grant applications here. That's all from me. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Let's take up item H. I don't have,
We have, I should mention this. I, looking at the agenda, the action session after consent is still Donna's item. It's consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment. I believe that's a very brief discussion. However, it's up to the board. I just want you to be aware Donna's still sitting there. And see, and yeah, and that is why.
Let's go ahead and take up item H so that it's in order. And Donna, thank you for your patience. This is,
Sure, absolutely. No worries.
Okay.
really, item H is, we're gonna take it up now. It's consideration of resolution number 24-59. This is a resolution approving referral of a ballot issue for the coordinated election to be held on November 5th, 2024. That would increase ad valorem property taxes for the Clear Creek County Library District by an additional 1.0 mils effective January 1st, with such additional 1.0 mils to be used to improve and maintain library services. I just want to ask, we have representatives of the library district here. I just wanted to ask you if you could give me a brief description of what you guys have been up to respond to as another entity that receives property taxes. We're painfully aware of just how much less we're getting Henderson Mine. And have been working to level up our organization and find efficiencies, et cetera. As I suspect you have. So if you could please just describe what's happened to your revenues, what you've done to try to respond to that, and what kinds of services you provide to the community, that would be really helpful. And if you don't mind, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here and considering our resolutions. And just a personal note, Beth, congratulations on your award. We all know how hard you work in our county, so it's nice you're recognized on a higher level. That is very awesome. I am Libby Kaplan, the director of the Clear Creek County Library District, and we have lost a third of our revenue, which you're very familiar with, as George mentioned. We're all kind of connected to that formula of the mine production, and our revenue is dropping because of it. The library district has done a lot. We have reduced our top heaviness. So I am a director. We run 3 branches without branch managers. So we can pay our employees at all levels fairly, that we feel like that's what we can manage. We've gone from 26 employees to 16 employees. And we just hired a couple, so we're back up to 18, but a lot of those are substitute library assistants and interns to give high school kids our opportunities and work experience. I think a lot of you know me, and the libraries work through collaborations. I do want to say it's a tough time. I understand people's money is short, but we do think it's a beneficial time to ask, and it's very minimal. The 1 mil will, in plain terms, if you want to talk this in more detail, please call me at the library district. I am more than happy to talk to you more in depth, but it's about the price of a pizza per person. So we're asking you to give up 1 pizza and give that into an investment for literacy in our community. We all know that schools are very important, fire districts, police departments, those things are very important, but we also want to enhance our community. We want to raise constituents. We want to raise the next county commissioners, or the next county managers, or the next county lawyers. We want to educate our community. We feel like educated constituents are the future of our community. And what better way to do that than make learning fun? And we collaborate with schools to do financial literacy, or to do a book writers clinic that we just did with Carlson, which was amazing. We published their books and they are now available for checkout in the library. We have fun book groups where you learn about Victorian times. We have Miss Honeybun for our young learners. There is a baby boom, or there's a boom of parents that love literacy, our caregivers, and we are seeing so many youngsters in our libraries using those story hour services. We also provide services for the very important folks that are maybe have barriers and they don't have financial income to enhance their lives through things, or to reach community members or even family members. During the pandemic, we did a lot of stuff with iPads and hotspots so people could still stay connected with their community. That program is still very popular. Tech education for our seniors. We work a lot with Mitchell White in the senior centers and the seniors in rural areas. We also do home delivery to folks that are stuck at home because of temporary healthcare or because of permanent healthcare. So there are a lot of things that we provide and partner with. One position we'd really like to hire back is the position that Chris Kraus had, our outreach and event coordinator. Right now, we don't have the funds for that. So we want to continue to be a strong, viable asset to the community. We want to keep literacy an important part of our community. So we're asking not for the third of the funding back that we've lost. We're only asking for a portion of that, of what we need to sustain basic services that we think benefit all levels in our community. I think that's it. Does that answer all your questions? Did I skip over one, or did I say too much? I was trying to go fast. So Donna, I think.
That was fabulous.
Back to her.
I'm impressed.
Oh, really?
Want me to be rushed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Libby.
I'll just share that I'm really excited to have the opportunity to put this on the ballot. I have engaged with the library district. I grew up here. I've engaged with the library district at every phase of my life. As a kid, it was a safe space for me to go and have positive things to do. As a college student, it was a place to go and have a quiet place. Sometimes my home wasn't that, and have a quiet place to study. And just last weekend, I had to check out a hotspot because I needed a hotspot. I was in trouble and I got one. And your staff like called the person that had it and said, "Hey, can we?" So, yes, libraries are a very important service for people at all stages in life. And I'm grateful as one taxpayer that the first thing you did was figure out how to become efficient, and that you're willing to acknowledge it's cost you some effectiveness, and now you're bringing it to the community. If you want to see great events here, if you want to see great programs, if you want to see us pay enough to hire well, this is what it's going to take. And so thank you for the opportunity to put this on the ballot.
The library district provides critical support for our youngest citizens. And I really appreciate the focus that you put on those young people. It's important. In some cases, it's very necessary. Commissioner Marlin mentioned safe spaces, and you provide those safe spaces. I appreciate that. You stood back, you've worked on your expense side. Now it's time to work on the revenue side, and I fully support the steps you're taking. So thanks for taking that risk and moving forward with a ballot initiative.
With that, I would welcome a motion.
Now I have to remember what it is.
H. I say number H. I did.
I move that we approve resolution 24-59, referring a ballot issue to the coordinated election for the library district.
I'll second that motion.
Thanks again.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I can literally remember them 6 days away. Or my brothers are not. Let's move to the next item on the agenda. consideration of approval of the Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment. Thanks to whoever's making copy.
The assessor prepares in collaboration with the State Division of Property Tax, the State Board of Equalization and the County Board of Equalization, two originals of the annual county abstract of assessment, which must be accepted and approved by the County Board of Commissioners. It is requested that two original copies be signed and then it gets submitted to the state. The 2024 Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment determined that the taxable assessed value of the county to be 100, I can't, that's too big of a number first, but 339,150,400. For 24.
Mitch, do you have any questions?
I don't.
It's increased from previous year. And that was due to state assessed and some new construction. State assessed was up by 8,554,000 for assessed value.
Okay. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentation and for doing this work.
Yes, you're welcome.
I'd welcome a motion.
I move that we approve the abstract of assessment presented today.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimously.
Everybody have a great day.
Thank you, Mrs. Assessor.
Get it signed and bring it over to Donna.
Okay, thank you.
This time I think it's me that wants to beg forgiveness and take a bio break.
Okay.
Cry for mercy. Next on the agenda, when we return in 5 minutes or less, is consideration of approval of resolution 2434 on a site deviation case at 2238 Stanley Road. You're back after a brief bio break to discuss site development case 2024-0001 about the property located at 2238 Stanley Road. I want to thank the fire authority chief and assistant chief for being here. Thank you all. This is, I think, the third time we've heard this case. So I know the board has a fair amount of background, but Stoy, if you would please proceed.
Thank you. And Megan, just in case they are online, the property owners here, Prasasuk. Moon Prasasuk. And Drew Schneider is their representing engineer with Inside Engineering. So if they happen to be on there, I'm not sure that they were planning to attend or not.
I'm not seeing them, but I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Just to summarize again, this case, this is as Commissioner Marlin pointed out, located at 2238 Stanley Road, request for a driveway deviation to the typical grade standards for driveways. The applicant is requesting a variance or a deviation from the typical standard of 12% to 18% to allow access to their building site. And there's a few updates that I wanted to point out in here that I highlighted from when we last met. Primarily just wanted to point out that I did speak with the fire authorities represented here and discuss their recommendations, and the recommendation continues to be that the minimum should be a suppression system as they've recommended, along with defensible space requirements that's typically enforced by our building department through the wildfire hazard mitigation plan. In addition to that, I did speak with our building department staff and just confirmed how they're enforcing the defensible space requirements and when they are required. The defensible space requirements are based on the Colorado State University Extension Office's guidance documents that they've provided there that provide for defensible space zones. And the building department, through their building inspections, enforces those typical defensible space requirements on all residential development projects. And that would be enforced by the building department, whatever the case, whether there's a driveway deviation or if it's just a typical development. And we also, as part of the building code, it requires that any property to be developed that is accessed via driveway that does not meet the typical standards gain a certain amount of points, 300 points, that can be gained through a variety of different methods. That is in addition to those kind of typical wildfire mitigation efforts that are required for any development. I did include as an attachment to the board package to find that table that shows the points. Again, they need a total of 300 points, and you can gain points based on any number of categories, including building size, the road access, the response zone from the fire authority, available water supplies, fire resistant construction practices, and some other mitigation efforts, including suppression systems and defensible space. And with that, I'd like to, is there something that the fire authority would like to comment on before we kind of ask the commissioners if they have any questions?
The biggest things I talked to Drew Schneider, the engineer, and clarified a few things. It's going to be sprinkler 13D compliant sprinkler system, which is what we asked for. I did walk the property. With the layout, they'll get the 0 to 30 feet. Defensible space is inherent within the project just by them. The disturbance, they can get 100 feet. It'll be about 100 feet above the property. and it's 100 feet to the road. It'll all be mitigated through the construction. The areas right and left, which go into open space, to me are less of a concern. It's more the uphill directly behind the home. And so after walking it and then talking to the engineer at length about this particular property, I think it meets all the standards, and we've reduced the risk as far as we can beyond, the inherent risks of living in Cricket County that we can't remove. So I don't think it's going to add any risk to the community by constructing this. The 18% of the driveway could be an issue, but then again, 13th Avenue and Idaho Springs could be the same issue in the same snowstorm. It's it's about 18% when I went out and checked grade in front of your house. So just to put it in comparison from an issue. So I think we can mitigate the hazards with, I think his statement, same as mine, is just with the understanding that as we build in this environment, there's some inherent risk with those endeavors as people decide to build. And I think as long as they go in understanding that there is some inherent risk being assumed by them, we're good for approval.
I would expand on that just a little bit. I think it would be important that there be some wording that clearly states that services may be slow and may affect the outcome of any events that happen on the property. And that should be permanent somehow so that future purchasers of the property understand that if they are to purchase the property. And so that they know that they're not going to get a metro type service for emergency response. Does that make sense?
Except for the last part.
Well, we have people moving into the area that assume that they're going to have metro level response for emergency services and or other stuff. And when they find out they don't, they're not happy.
I think the thing that I understand that general context. The thing that I'm struck by is that there may be a difference between your ability to respond rapidly to this property and to a property that didn't get a driveway deviation as a.
Exactly. Because it doesn't matter if we show up with 15 people or 100 people, it's going to take the same effort to get our stuff up there and take care of it. It's a carbon monoxide detector, a fire, or a cardiac event. It's going to take time to get the heavy equipment up there to take care of the event. And that everything's heavy. And if we can't use the road, it's an extreme athletic event to get that taken care of. So I don't know if that's a deed restriction or just an approval, something in the approval that states that so that there's a record of it.
And I'd also like to add that, that staff did present, this request to the Open Space Commission recently in regard to the easement that's required, based on this plan that's being presented to you. It does require access through Clear Creek County property, open space property. The Open Space Commission and staff are supportive of the easement request, as well as meeting the defensible space requirements. From what they understand, the zone 1 clear cutting type of defensible space would be within the private property area. And if there are requirements for thinning or, removing underbrush, that they had no objections to that being performed on county open space property as well.
So that's what the easement request is. It's not to construct anything on open space property. It's to perform any necessary wildfire mitigation.
The easement request is actually for access for the driveway itself, which would include the constructed driveway and retaining wall that would be needed to develop the plan that you're seeing as attached to this resolution.
Mitch, any questions?
No, I appreciate everybody's effort to work on this deviation and make it as safe as possible.
As do I. I think just to clarify, when I read these conditions, I see that we're requiring that they get the points in the mitigation plan and that they install I almost said solar system, a suppression system. Do you interpret that to mean that the suppression system does not earn them points?
No, not at all. And thank you for pointing that out. I did make that change since we last, this was last presented to you, that I did add that condition in there specifically to the resolution. But just by being its own condition in the resolution does not negate it getting points through the wildfire hazard mitigation plan. But that was a specific recommendation from the fire authority, which I, at the time, felt that the board was supportive of, so I took the initiative to add that into the resolution as a condition. We can certainly adjust these conditions before you vote on it.
That point system that goes with the building code. Sometimes people don't use the sprinkler systems to gain their points. If there's a building 4,400 square feet or more, it requires a suppression system, so they get the points automatically for that. So it doesn't negate the points.
Okay. That's my only question. Oh, gosh, thanks for working on this, and to the property owners, thank you for your patience. Clear Creek, I think, is undergoing a reevaluation of how we approach development on sites like this. I'll speak for myself. When I saw the Troublesome Creek fire jump the divide a couple of years ago, it just made me think a lot harder about what it means to impose wildfire risk on a neighbor. So thank you for your patience as we figure this out.
All right, I'd like to move that we approve resolution 24-34, a driveway deviation for a site development case.
Second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Item number 4.
I'm not doing it, it's the 3 pounds.
Okay.
Becky, did you see the look on Jeremy's face? Kelly said what he said. Jared,
Is consideration.
there needs to be a deed restriction somewhere that says that they're not getting their metro response. We need to look on his face and like, what are you talking about?
Item number 4, consideration of approval of the Clear Creek County Department of Human Services Core Services Plan with Sarah Casano.
Morning. I note this is the second or third time that you all have seen this plan. This is just an updated version of our core plan for this state fiscal year. Before we maybe jump into questions, I just want to give a quick overview of what the core plan is. So in the 90s, 1994, it was established to provide services and support to families to prevent an out-of-home placement, to return kids home if they've experienced an out-of-home placement, or to maintain stability for kids who are in out-of-home placement. Really with the focus being on the family's strengths and the prevention, returning kids home, and providing services to protect children and youth in our community. If you look at our plan, our primary focus is on our county design system, which is our home-based clinician, Dr. Gillingham. She can provide individual therapy, family therapy. She's also certified as a child parent psychotherapist, focusing more on the child parent relationship and repairing any damage that maybe has happened in that relationship and focusing on trauma. She can also do psychological evaluations and trauma focused evaluations. Her primary focus, though, is on working with families through a trauma informed lens. So if you look at our plan, that's almost 80% of our 100% funding goes into that county design system, which is really Dr. Gillingham's position in the county. It's a very quick overview. Have questions about our plan?
I did not.
Thank you for bringing this plan. It looks a lot like plans that the board has supported in the past. I was happy to see a focus on trauma. I like the core goals in item 2. Focusing on family strengths, directing intensive services that support and strengthen the family and or protect the child, because that's not, those don't always work together. We're trying to prevent out of home placement. We're trying to return children as quickly as we can to placement in their home with their parents. I appreciate all of that. I'm curious, how do you go about measuring your outcomes there?
So I love the state automated system. It's called Trails. So anytime a provider is working with a family, we put their provider connected with that family with whatever the goals are for the family. And then at the end of the case or an assessment, if we've been providing services in an assessment, we need to put the outcome of that intervention. We've had lots of conversations within our department, though, about what does success really look like. So sometimes success for a family is a little counterintuitive. Maybe it's not for a child to return home, and maybe the parent is working through some past trauma or some of their own mental health issues, and they come to a place with Dr. Gillingham where they feel like, you know what, it's not best for me to parent at this time. And so I want to start working on a different permanency plan for my child. And that can be success. So we struggle with kind of the defined, how we define it in our state automated system. And recognize that it can be more unique for different families. But Trails does a really good job kind of lining that out and letting us see percentage wise our providers' success in working with families in a more kind of black and white way.
I know that when we last looked at this in 2021, I think was 2022.
Last year, yeah, this time last year. Mhm.
We had we were looking at data about, you know, like the number of out of home placements, like the number of calls we get, how many we screen in, how many end up with an out of home placement. And at that point, we were 2/3 of the state average. We were doing better than most of the rest of the state in terms of keeping families together. Which you're right, saying that that's the top goal can lose a lot of important nuance. The top goal is a healthy kid, right?
And a healthy family, right? Yeah.
And so do you have your finger on how we're doing with those numbers today?
Yes, and I can pull it up to give you more exact numbers. I think this fiscal year, it looks a little bit off in terms of our out-of-home placement because we had some assessments that were not typical for us, where law enforcement took custody of a kid that maybe wasn't from Clear Creek County, but it's still, if law enforcement takes custody and then our county, then we accept placement of those kids until we can get them back with their family. So they're not really a Clear Creek County kid. We didn't have the opportunity to provide prevention services. So we had 4 out-of-home placements this year, but 3 of those were kids that weren't from Clear Creek County that we just had custody of for a short time until we could get them to family out of state, actually. They were kids that weren't from Colorado.
Okay, so you've got, you know, an event happens on the highway.
Mhm.
You end up with that referral. And you said we had 4 out of home placements and only one of them was a local family that you had the opportunity to have provide prevention services
Right.
for.
Right.
And that is in line with, I mean, our numbers are so low. By the time you have one case, you have one case, right? Like, I don't know how that would show up on a percentage, but,
I think it averages out to we have less than 1% of our kids that we come into contact with. If we take those outliers out, end up in out-of-home placement.
I think the state average was around 3% the last I remember.
I would want to look to see for sure, because I think the state's done a good job bringing that number down. Historically, I think they've sat right around 2 to 3%, but I would want to look.
Okay. And what do we do when, I mean, I know like, let's see here. This is a different approach than you see in the metro area, having an in-house psychologist. Did I get that right? Psychologist is,
She's a psychologist. Mhm.
I know that looks different, and I know the reason why is because we struggle to get psychologists to come up here and serve families. The thing that I think is a helpful mitigating factor is to know that if a family decides they want a different psychologist, like I don't use psychologists, I use psychiatrists, and when I want a different psychiatrist, usually that's a really easy conversation. Because a fit's either a good fit or it's not, and that's totally up to the family, right? So what happens when a family says, we want to talk to a different psychologist?
Then we honor that, right? We recognize that a family can only be successful if they trust the clinician that they're working with. So if there's a reason other than, I don't want to work with Dr. Gillingham because she works for the department, then we'd probably say, give it a try and see if you can connect with her and work with her. But we don't ever want that to be a barrier for a family to be successful. So if it doesn't feel like it's a good fit, then we would explore other options.
And that's just like me when my engagement is voluntary. That's if a family says we want a different psychologist, our policy is to say, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in our court ordered cases, if families they don't feel like she's a good fit for them. And I don't think she would want to work with a family if they were feeling like this isn't a good match. I don't think she would insist that she then stay their clinician.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's enough experience to say she probably just has not, right? Is that?
She's so good. I mean, we have families that even after a quote, we've closed a case, years later, we'll call back and say, I think I'm about to relapse and I'm really struggling. Can I start meeting with Dr. Gillingham again? And so we'll open it back up for a prevention case and allow her to go back in and work with the family again, which is pretty amazing to think about a family calling human services and asking to open up a case just to work with Dr. Gillingham again.
I mean, that's matches my own experience therapy. Okay, I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you for coming up. I support the plan.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
And you're not,
There is a motion requested to approve the plan.
okay,
Right.
then I would welcome a motion to approve the plan.
I move that we approve the human services service plan.
Second. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Can I just work back with you to get the docu?
As soon as I get the signatures, I will scan it right to you.
I have to have it, the state requires it through DocuSign. So can I
Oh,
just send it to Commissioner Marlin directly?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Keep my eye out for it.
Sarah, if you're able to copy me, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're going to be seeking an executive session before the pension item. I know there's a break on the agenda right now. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
I'm gonna ask you to translate.
But okay, so there's a right now on the agenda, it says break.
Yep.
So I don't know if the chair was intending to break. Then we go back into regular session. Megan will have her communications update. Then there is an actual work session to discuss pension options. I am asking for an executive session to occur prior to that item because it relates to pensions.
Okay.
And then we would come back to regular session.
And just for point of clarification, we've been asked to put the break on there, but you just never know when you're gonna need it, so we stick it in there, but.
Right.
Right. Well, this is a choose your adventure. Mitch, would you like a break now? Would you like a break after we discuss pension options?
Or between the executive session and the public session.
Okay.
I don't need
I
one
think-
right now.
Megan's item's gonna be quick, I think.
Then let's do the communications update. We'll go into executive session. And we'll take a 20-minute break.
I may need a bio break just in between there, just so you know. Sorry to
I'll
screw
walk
everything.
very slowly.
Okay, thank you.
Communications update. Tyler.
All right. Let's see, the fall edition of the newsletter is hopefully coming out within the next few weeks. So I know I'm always talking about this, but if you are not signed up for the newsletter, please sign up. There's a lot of good information on there. I get it from all the other departments and just kind of put it in one place. So if you want to sign up, you can always email me at mhiler, HILER @clearcreekcounty.us. What else we have? We just had the C3 Fest over the weekend with first responders in the community and the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office. That was great. A lot of people came out. Flight for Life landed. That was super fun. So looking forward to more events like that. And I just made this flyer. I actually handed this out at C3 Fest. This is just a way that people can stay informed. These are all of our social medias. If people are interested in following along, we've got Twitter, which is X now, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. My email's right there. I was telling people at the festival over the weekend, if you ever have any questions or you just don't know where to go to find information, please email me. I'm happy to point you in the right direction or even hop on a phone call with you if you have questions. We're on next door. And then this is my, if you just go to cliffordcounty.us/1379, that's my communications webpage where you can also listen to our podcast, see past newsletters, see press releases. All of the information that you would want to know is on that page. So like I said, please reach out to me if you have any questions, or if you just want to know what's going on in the county. That's all I got.
Thank you. I know there's a public communication topic that came up that I hope makes your newsletter, which is there remains funding available to support families with childcare needs.
Mhm.
For the fall, it's after school. Have I already talked to you about that?
I was talking with Mitch a little bit about it, but I would love to talk to you about it too as well. I'm currently writing something up in the newsletter about that.
Oh, okay. Well,
Know some scholarships already went out too and stuff like that.
They did for the summer.
Yes.
And we currently have over 30 applications for some school year funding. At a requested amount of $130,000.
so it's not, we may not need to market that further.
I think we might want to celebrate it. As
Yeah,
opposed to market
the
it.
word is out. I've gotten a lot of text groups going around pushing people to submit their applications.
Okay.
So yeah, whatever you want and reach out to me and we can add some more to it. I'm currently writing the newsletter right now, so
It sounds like you are all over it, as
Okay.
per usual.
I try.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So Sheriff's Office folks, we discussed how to fit our break in here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go into executive session to discuss the legal advice necessary for item number 6. And then we're gonna take a little break and we'll come back up. Peter, here in just a moment, is gonna be able to answer my next question. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna announce a short bio break because I suspect that's where Peter is. Okay, Bio break over.
Thank you.
So I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to multi-year fiscal obligations and participation in the Fire and Police Pension Association statewide retirement plan.
Second.
I second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Board will move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept or made. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We're then gonna have a 20-minute break after that. So my best guess is that we will back in the public session prior to 11 o'clock.
See, John.
Okay, we are back. I'm really enjoying these breaks. Thank you for putting them on the agenda. So I remember, it's a lot easier for me to be nice when I can sit by the river for a couple minutes. Next on the agenda is a work session to discuss pension options. I think, Brian, I'm handing this to you. I know we have Maria Ostrom and Rebecca Abrahamson. So glad that you have to be here on your second.
I wanted to.
And we have several members of the sheriff's office here, which we're going to welcome to speak as well. Brian, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn this over to Maria very quickly. I know the sheriff's office has asked us to take a look at our pension options that we have. I think it's very clear. We all agree we're not competitive with those who we compete with for employees across the entire county. I think we all agree with that, right? So we have to figure out what can we do moving forward with respect to pensions. I think the devil's gonna be in the details there, but I just wanted to say a few words and say thank you to Maria. I shared with the two of you this morning. We have a new finance director starting on September 16th. This is probably Maria's last presentation to the board. Gotten very familiar with her in terms of all the work that she's doing for us. So thank you, Maria, for all your service for us. We're losing Rebecca as well. Tomorrow's her last day. So glad you both got to come to one more meeting before you walk away from us on to better things. So Maria, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next slide here. Megan, thank you. So we'll talk about today, remind ourselves, what does Clear Creek County's retirement plan look like today? How are we funding things, both from an employer and employee perspective? And then we'll talk about the sheriff and the deputies, so sworn or law enforcement. These are not plans that we will talk about that admin staff in the sheriff's office can participate in, or the nurse in the jail, for example. And it's important to distinguish sheriff from the rest of the employees because it's often a different plan in other government organizations as well. The sheriff's office, the sworn folks are often in a different plan. There's an additional option available for sheriff as well. And then we'll talk about everyone else at the county. And what some options are for everyone else in the county. And then, of course, we want to make sure to give the commissioners opportunity to ask questions, discuss, and then provide some direction if you would like any changes or anything done. The next slide, please. A reminder of our plan today. We have our plan is held by CRA, Colorado Retirement Association. They administer and manage it for us. The county contributes 4%, and it's mandatory also that the employee contribute 4%. After 15 years of continuous service, the county will give an additional 2%. The employee does not have to put in any more, but the county will do an additional 2%. We have currently 22 people at that 15 years of continuous service mark getting that additional 2%. There is a vesting schedule. Employees are not vested at all for the first 2 years. So if they leave within the first 2 years, they forfeit all of their employer contributions. But they start vesting after year 2, 32%, and then on up to 100% after year 4. There's some fees the employee pays to have CRA administer this plan and manage the investments. They're pretty minimal. The fees, and there's a cap on the fees once your balance in your 401 gets above $400,000. The fees are capped. Next slide. All right, let's talk about how we look next to public safety. So this is a comparison of a couple of neighboring communities, counties specifically, and how our sworn officer pension or retirement contributions look compared to these other jurisdictions. So we have Medicare and FICA on here because it's important to look at that. You can see that Jefferson County is in FICA, just like we are. Broomfield is not. Summit is not. You might look at Summit's 401 plan and say, wow, they're given 11.4%. Well, they're not in FICA. So as an employer, they don't have to contribute that additional 6.2%. Can you push the more time?
Can you explain, does that mean we're paying a portion of the employee's contribution to FICA? Because obviously, like we still have, everybody pays.
That's a good question. Thank you. We pay 6.2%, the employer, and the employee pays 6.2%.
So what Jefferson County is doing is paying the employee's portion.
No, Jefferson County is in FICA. So as an employer, they have to pay that 6.2%. Summit and Broomfield counties for their law enforcement only is not in FICA. So neither they nor their employee nor their sworn employees pay into FICA. So all of these contributions listed on this slide right here are simply the employer portion. This is what these employers are contributing on behalf of their employees. And I'll talk about on a slide in a minute here what the employees are contributing in some of these plans. And you may have noticed the 6% on Jefferson County on the 401 is highlighted now, right? There's a circle around it. So I wanted to explain to the commissioners, in Jefferson County, when you get hired there, you make an irrevocable election on the day you're hired and you say, I want to do 6%, I want to do 7%, I want to do 8%, I want to do 9% if you're law enforcement. You make that election. And if I'm a sheriff in Jefferson and I pick 9, then Jefferson will also give 9 towards my 401. But if I pick 6, Jefferson will only give 6. So I didn't really know how to show that there, and I'm not sure how many of their staff actually choose the higher contribution. It's kind of hard when you're young and you're coming into an organization to say, oh yes, sign me up, I'll give more to 401. It's a good decision to make, but it's a hard decision to make when you're young and just starting out. So I don't know how many of their employees are getting more than the 6% match. Will you press them? Okay, so here's our average. If we assume pretty much most of law enforcement at Jefferson County is in the lower 6%, then 14.65% is the average. Will you do it again one more time, Megan? Here's us. Here's how we compare to that. And you can see that in total, the county's giving about 3% less than these other counties. We're contributing a lot less to our employees' retirement than these other counties. Any questions on this? There's a lot of numbers. You're going to see a lot of numbers. So I want you to be able to ask questions and fully understand this so that you can make a really informed, you can give us really good informed direction. This, again, public safety only, sworn only is what we're talking about right now. No? Okay. Next slide. All right. So FPPA is an option for law enforcement. There's a really tight definition of what law enforcement means. It's also available for firefighters. It's not available for paramedics, but it's available for firefighters if they're a firefighter/paramedic. So this is only for sheriff's office sworn employees. You're eligible for a pretty decent monthly pension as young as 50 years. In the packet today, I included the tables so that you can go find your combinations. There's exponential combinations of how much you could expect to receive in a pension depending on your age and years of service. Bottom line is you can receive a pension with as little as 5 years of service in FPPA. Probably won't be very good, but as little as 5 years gets you a monthly benefit for the rest of your life. The benefit in the Social Security component plan is about 50% of the full FPPA plan. So a few years ago, this plan didn't exist. FPPA came up with this plan to make an option for jurisdictions that are in Social Security. And so it's about 50% of the full FPPA plan benefit, but it's also about 50% of the cost. But keep in mind, officers in this plan would also get Social Security when they retire. If you're in the full FPPA plan, a lot of your Social Security benefit is eliminated through this thing called the windfall elimination plan. 240 jurisdictions in Colorado participate in FPPA. There is no county participating right now. I know a lot of counties have been active and interested and investigating. Not a single county is participating right now. FPPA can raise employer contributions when needed. That's a change in FPPA. They used to have to go to the legislature and present a lot of data, and then the legislature would decide whether or not employer contributions could be raised. That changed a couple of years ago. Now FPPA can do that when they need to. Affiliation is irrevocable. If you make a decision to go into FPPA, it doesn't really matter what the county's future is like. It doesn't matter if we're going bankrupt, if we don't have the money, if we don't like it anymore. If we decide it doesn't work for us, we cannot get out. Once you enter, you cannot leave. There is a Tabor concern on that with entering into a multi-year obligation. But that would be up to the board and the county attorney to work that one out. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay. When you're thinking about a defined benefit pension plan, it's important to evaluate the financial health of that plan. You hear a lot of negative news in the press about plans around the country and how they are underfunded and how are they going to meet their obligations, as people continue to age out of the system. Now, this is one area where a negative number is a good thing. It's unusual, but it's an accounting, it's an asset, and a negative number is a good thing. So FPPA is healthy. You can see in 2019, they had a net pension asset of $80 million. They were 103% funded. It's come down a little bit. And in 2023, they're 100% funded. So that means that an actuary has looked at their money and said, for the next 30 years, we have enough money to meet all obligations for the next 30 years. They always evaluate it in sort of 30-year chunks. So they're pretty healthy as far as some of the things you hear about around the country in a defined benefit pension plan. Next slide, please. There is another public safety option, PARA. PARA is you hear about PARA and you affiliate PARA with like school districts and the state of Colorado employees, and that's true. They have a plan. PARA offers 4 different options for statewide employees. They have one for school districts. They have one for judicial, the judges, and then they have something called a local government plan. So we will be talking about the local government plan. And again, there is a distinction even in the local government plan. There's a different benefit and a different contribution for law enforcement than there is for everyone else. So right now we're talking about PARA, public safety officers only. In this plan, you could retire at age 55 with 20 years of service, and that's considered a full retirement in PARA. Your maximum benefit you could earn in this plan is 87.5% of your salary, and they would take your 5 highest years and average that to come up with your salary. They do offer disability benefits after being in the plan 5 years, so that's an important distinction from FPPA. Right now, the county pays for, we separately pay for short-term and long-term disability outside of our retirement plan, and we provide that benefit to all of our employees. In PARA, you would no longer need to pay for short-term and long-term disability because it's part of the PARA plan. Another distinction is overtime, wellness pay, taxable life insurance, other types of pay like field training officer, outside patrol. All of that pay is subject to something called pensionable earnings. It's considered in the calculation when the employer is making a contribution and the employee is making a contribution. You take all of that income into account. We do not do that currently. Right now, the only income that is considered for your 401 employer and employee match is simply your straight time. So that would be something that's very different for employees. It's more expensive for the employer, but it's also more expensive for the employee because now they have to contribute on their overtime and all of their other types of pay. PARA does have the ability to raise employer contributions 2% without legislature approval. They were kind of given that approval, but they can't go beyond that. They would have to go back to the legislature and make a case for why they need something more than that.
Is that 2% like from here forever, or can they do 2% per year?
They can do 0.5% per year till they've done it up to 2%. That's a great question, Commissioner. Until they do another get it up to 2%, and then they got to go back to the legislature and talk and explain why they think they need more and make their case. Here's another important distinction between PARA and FPPA. Affiliation is revocable. So you could enter a PARA and then say in a couple of years, this is too expensive, or our employees don't like this, or it's not working for us. You can remove yourself from PARA. There would be a calculation done, and they would decide how much is your account worth. They'd send you off with your money, roll it over into a different pension plan, and then you're out of PARA. County contributes 17.88%, and that's over and above what we're contributing to FICA. For public safety officers, officer only has to contribute 13%. This is another interesting distinction between PARA and FPPA. Employees can select to be in a defined benefit plan, or they could say, you know what? I'd rather be in the defined contribution plan in PARA. I'm going to have my 17.88% and the 13% I'm putting in. I'm going to have it go into this traditional 401 like account, and I'm not going to be in the DB plan. Someone might like that option if they're further along in their career and they're making a really high dollar salary and they know that it's going to be very cost prohibitive to buy their service credits. They may want to just be in the contribution plan, or possibly someone who's working for the county that's been here for several years and they already earned a pension somewhere else. They may want to just select the defined contribution plan. That election is irrevocable. When the employee enters, they have to decide, do I want to be in the defined benefit plan or do I want to be in the defined contribution plan? All right, next slide, please, Megan. Here is the financial health trend for para. Now, remember, there's 4 different plans, and the county, if they considered this, would be in this local government plan, which happens to be the most healthy plan right now. The statewide employee plan happens to be the least healthy para plan right now, but we wouldn't be in that. And again, remember, a negative number is a good thing. Negative number means they have more money than they need to meet their obligations. And you can see it's kind of been up and down, which is why probably in 2021, some changes were made with employer contributions, and there was a pretty sizable increase in what employers had to contribute to para. But that's sort of helped the plan. So currently they are 88% funded in this plan. Next slide, please. All right, let's talk about cost. So if we looked at our staff today, our sworn today, and who's here, and we're not including vacancies, we're just saying, what's the annual cost? So I looked at what did the county pay from July 1, 23 through June 30, 24. So 12 months of data. We paid $446,000 to meet that 11%, which again, remember, is Medicare, FICA, our 401 contribution. It also includes our short-term and long-term disability contributions on behalf of the sworn. If you were to increase the plan we're in right now, say we're going to stay with CRA, we're going to stay with defined contribution, but we want to add another 3%. We want to contribute another 3%. That would make your cost $539,000, right? Or just about $90,000 more to make that 3% additional contribution. If you move to FPPA, as their contribution rates are set now, and they are ratcheting them up to the year 2030. This is the 2030 number here. Your contribution as employer would be for Medicare, FICA, and FPPA would be 15.1%. It would be $569,000 a year, again, based on the last 12 months of data. And this assumes that you are also now contributing on overtime. You're contributing on field training officer pay, on outside patrol pay. All of those things are taken into account into the income.
Sorry, let me stop you there. Is that because FPPA requires that?
FPPA requires that, yes. If you move to para, you would be contributing 25.53% or $930,000 compared to $445,000. So basically doubling what you're currently doing. Before we leave this slide, I should have put a rate in here for the employees because they contribute something a little bit different. There's just a little less for a couple of the plans, but so if we kept things the same, no change, it's same, 11.65, 11.65 employer. If we increase to 401, it's 14.65 employer, and depending on how you wanted to do that increase, you could say as a board, you know what, we think the staff should put 3% in too. You could have them do another 3%. In that case, they would also be 14.65, or you could just say, we're going to give another 3%. And if employees want to contribute more, they can do that through their 457. If you move to FPPA, employers would be 15.1%. Employees are only 14.6%. And that's because the FPPA contributions that are going up for employees and employers aren't going up to the same level. So employees don't have to give quite as much. If you move to para, it's 25.53% for the employer, all in, including FICA. And the employee, the sworn officer, would be 20.65, so something less. All right, let's look at the next slide. All right, now this is everyone else. This is people that don't arrest and carry guns and badges, right? This is everyone else at the county. How do we compare to some surrounding counties? So again, it's important to think about FICA because we're in FICA and we cannot get out. The county signed something called the Section 218 agreement many decades ago. Actually, we signed it in 1951. That was kind of fun to chase that one down. It's really fun how old that document, that proclamation looks, but we can't get out. So we have to stay in. But you can see in Jefferson, remember the law enforcement officers, they aren't in FICA in Jefferson County, but the rest of the staff is. And one more click for me, Megan. You can see that Jefferson has that same option for all other employees. They get to pick when they come in and start the day they're hired. They don't get to go up to 9%, but they get to go up to 8%. They get to say, I want to be at 6, 7, or 8%. It's irrevocable. I choose today the day I'm hired. And if I pick 8%, Jefferson will match 8%. Another click. So there's their average. One more click, Megan. And you can see it's pretty close to another 3%. We're 3% lower. It's 2.7. If you're doing the math in your head, I think. But, you know, we're lower. We're contributing overall less than these other counties are. So it looks like there's room for improvement. And you know, when I first started noticing this a year and a half ago, and I was looking at 401 balances by age, and, you know, trying to figure out, do we need to do a better job of marketing the 457 plan? Do we need to hold lunch, you know, brown bag trainings to convince employees how good this is for you? And you should be contributing this, and you should, here's some tricks and tips to get your contributions up. I was noticing 401 balances for staff. They just aren't where they should be based on their age and years of service. And that's a scary prospect for me as a finance person, and wanting to make sure that employees retire with dignity and can afford, you know, can afford their life after retirement. Next one, please. Okay, no FPPA option unless you're sworn, right? So we won't go over that. Para, you can retire at 55 with 25 years of service. That's a little bit different than sworn. Sworn get a little bit of they get to retire a little earlier with a little less years of service with a full benefit. Again, you can get to a max monthly benefit of 87.5% of your salary. That's based on your highest years of salary. You can buy service credit. They do provide disability benefits as well, short and long-term disability benefits after you've been in the plan for 5 years. They tax everything, OT, wellness pay, any kind of extra pay. They tax that or they impose the retirement contribution on that. They have that 2% window also in the all other plan. They get to go up 0.5% every year if they need to an additional 2% to keep their plan healthy. Again, affiliation is revocable. The county could decide a few years down the road, this isn't working for us, our employees don't like it, we're going to get out. You can do that. The county contributes 14.78%. You can see that's less than sworn, and it's less than sworn because sworn gets to retire earlier, right? They have a different type of job and they get to leave a little bit earlier. The employee only contributes 9% to para. The employee can also choose on the day they either enter para or the day they're hired, can pick whether they want to be in the defined benefit plan or the defined contribution plan. Either plan, you still have to have 14.78% and 9% employee. Next slide, please, Megan. Oops. Okay. So if we already looked at the net pension liability, we looked at how well funded para is, the local government option. It's pretty healthy right now. They're pretty well funded, but let's do a comparison of cost for everyone else in the county. If we make no changes whatsoever, the last 12 months, we paid $1.27 million into retirement on behalf of our employees. If you increase that by 3% and start giving an additional 3%, we'll pay $1.5 million, or the $260,000 difference. If we move to para, you know, our contribution jumps pretty significantly. We cannot leave FICA. We still have to do that, but it jumps to 2.3 million. So roughly, you know, pretty close to doubles. And I think that is it for me. I want to hand it back to Brian and the commissioners.
Yeah, pretty good. Thoughts?
Maybe first I'll just ask if anyone from the sheriff's office would like to add anything.
Let's get them. No, sir.
No.
When you estimate costs, do you assume everybody fully vests? Is there some behind the scenes math for the people that don't fully vest?
Well, the fully vesting didn't come into play when I was estimating costs, because I guess I made the assumption that you're gonna stick around for 5 years, become
That's
vested.
all I wanted to know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good question though.
I don't know if this is a question you can answer today, but I think the board needs to know what the cost is at when we're fully staffed for the FTEs we budgeted for. I also know that even when we're fully staffed, we have a study of the sheriff's office saying that we need to find a way to budget for more FTEs in the jail and in patrol. And so knowing those things are on the horizon, makes me want to see the numbers attached to them. You know, what would it look like if we were fully staffed, and what would it look like if we were fully staffed at the KRW recommendation? I think we just kind of need that in my mind is one way that we can be eyes wide open about the impacts of an irrevocable move to FPPA. So maybe we can put those under the heading of questions for our next session. Rather than, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to crunch the numbers today. The question of, is it irrevocable? With new employees, if we decided we don't like FPPA, we're gonna transition out of it. We understand our current staff is in, but we're not gonna offer that to new sworn staff.
That is a great question. And yes, new staff, you don't have a choice. They have to go in, but that brings up something that I should share with the group. When you are affiliating with FPPA, for anyone that is currently an employee, they get the option to say, I don't want to go with FPPA. I just want to stay in CRA. And they can do that at that time. They can't change their mind. But then from that point forward, that day that you enter, all new staff must forever go to FPPA.
Okay.
I have a question. My understanding is that's not true. That new employees did not, if we choose to not continue FPPA with new employees, we have that option.
Sergeant Lucas speaking.
We do not. According to FPPA and the two contacts there that handle affiliation, we do not. New employees must go to FPPA, period.
Can you talk to me about, what do you know about the history of FPPA increases?
So when I worked for the city of Thornton, our law enforcement wanted to enter FPPA, and we were very concerned about, employer match going up. And we were told by FPP at the time, don't worry, it's never going to happen. And it was 8% at the time. The employer match was 8%. That was back in 2017. And then 2 years later, after we entered, they raised employer contributions to what you see now, that 13+ rate for the full plan. They just decided they were underfunded and it needed to happen. And they went to the legislature and got the ability to do that and the ability to do it going forward with just the FPPA board authorizing it. So for years and years and years, 30 years, it was always an 8%, regardless of what was happening with the employees. The employees in the FPPA plan actually voted in 2014 to say, we're going to give more. We want this plan to stay well-funded. And they voted to give up to 14% themselves. But the employer match didn't change until, that information came down in 2019 and 2020.
Okay. I did some math to understand. I think this math is right. If the employer contribution jumps from 14.65 to 16.65. My math is right. That would be an additional 76,000 a year. So that's like, I'm trying to do like some sensitivity analysis, right? Like what would it look like if we,
Mhm.
you know, we're going into this. That gives me pause. One of the reasons it gives me pause is because I like the idea of parity, right? I like having non-sworn staff and sworn staff receive, you know, in financial terms, similar benefits. And so I guess I kind of need to understand, like, would we have a policy that if FPPA increases, would we increase for our staff too? And then what does that mean?
Mhm.
So I mean, I think what we're talking about is a pretty big impact that's beyond our control if we choose to go into it. That gives me some pause. And I know we're not here to decide today whether we're going into it. I think the direction you're seeking is what to start to work on in the budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And also, just to make sure everybody is aware, if it turns out the board wants to pursue FPPA, from the date you make that decision and you vote on it and it's in a resolution that you're going to pursue it, it's 18 months before you're actually making contributions and entered. And in my conversations with FPPA, the problem is on them. Like they said, don't plan for anything less than 18 months. We can't go any faster than that. Para is not the same way. They said 2 to 3 months. As soon as you could turn your systems on, you're good to go. So unfortunately, para is the cost prohibitive one, right? But
Maria, so you were saying that the FPPA did not raise the rates on the defined benefit plan for 30 years. Do you know anything about the hybrid plan and the Social Security component plan? For instance, them raising the rates on those?
so the Social
What's that
Security
look like?
component plan is a very new plan. It's
Yeah.
only been around a couple of years.
How about
So,
hybrid?
so I don't know how long the hybrid plan just means part of my benefits defined benefit, but I also have this balance over here that's also defined contribution, right?
Okay.
I'm kind of in both. I got my toes in both. I don't know. Don't know. Social Security component plan was created after I believe they already knew they were raising employer rates.
Thank you.
Good question.
Sergeant Diabasi talking. Diabas,
Lieutenant DiBiase.
Lieutenant.
No problem, sir. That doesn't matter, DiBiase.
I mean, Mitch, let me take a pause here.
Well, independent of what direction the budget and the commissioners allow retirement planning to go, I'd be really interested in what we can do to improve participation. And I know everybody has to participate, but what can we do to get them to participate more?
In the 457, the voluntary deferred comp plan.
So that's just my personal side.
Those numbers that you're looking at, is that, I know that's our cost because our contribution would increase. Would we also be requiring an increase of our staff if we make that decision?
I think you should, but that's completely up to you. There are jurisdictions that do not make employees have the same match that the employer has. That's totally up to you.
I mean, at a high level, I think we should be competitive. And looking at both sworn and unsworn, we've got an average difference of 3%. And it makes sense to start to budget for us to be 3% higher on both sides, independent of which vehicle we're using for sworn. I think that's something I would support.
I would too. I need to learn more about the revenue side, not because I'm trying to balance things. But we don't work without employees.
Well said. So I mean, I think that's one outcome that we can sort of put our hat on, that we wanna budget to be closer to that or at that 14.5, roughly 14.6 average that we saw. On FPPA, I feel a little troubled learning that they have increased rates 5% over the last number of years. It's challenging. What I think I'd like to ask for is kind of a broader set of numbers around, if they increase that 2% that they're allowed to do on their own. What does that cost us if we decide that that's going to drive the rest of the organization? What does that cost us? I think, does that make sense?
Were you referring to FPPA or to para?
I'm referring to FPPA.
Yeah, 2% doesn't apply there, right? They can increase it.
No,
No,
no, both of them can. FPPA can go 0.5% a year up to 2%.
Okay.
But they still, as a board, the FPPA can come back and say, we're gonna do it more. We need more than that.
Yeah.
Para cannot.
That's what I thought.
Para has to go back to the legislature for permission.
Right, so they can go up to 2%, and then after the 2%, they've got to go back to the legislature.
Para does, yeah.
Para does.
Mhm.
FPPA,
They don't. They as a board can decide they need more than that. They don't have to go back.
so the limitation is actually 0.5% per year forever. They could go.
I think they're not allowed to go any more than 0.5% a year, regardless of what they think they need to get to. They can only do it at 0.5% a year.
It would also be really, go ahead.
well, I'm struggling with the benefit of linking the two together from a policy perspective.
Like if FPPA increases, we would
Yeah.
increase for our staff.
I think the analysis, when every couple of years we sit back and we look at the total compensation package, that's when the other employees have we have an opportunity to see if we're competitive for the other side. I think linking them is a constraint that perhaps overburdens future commissioners. I'm not saying I don't want to see retirement increase.
And that's a good point, Commissioner. Often law enforcement is treated differently in a lot of governmental organizations. It often has a different, richer benefit, probably because their bodies wear out, right? They can't be patrolling the streets when they're 68 years old. It's hard. It's physically demanding.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that a police officer's career can end abruptly, right? So I can understand the focus on retirement.
Yeah.
I think another thing to keep in mind with this social security component specifically, am I good to talk?
Yeah.
Okay. The contribution from the employer at this point in time is 5.25%, right? So it's additional 1.25% to what we already have. It's estimated, depending based on the economy, that it can go up to 6.1 in 2030. Is that correct?
It's not a can, it is.
It is
It's
definitely.
ratcheting up 0.5% every year. So the numbers I presented to you assumed we're at that level that they get to go, that they're going to. They've already put everyone on notice. We're getting to this level. So the para numbers and the FPPA numbers, the cost is based on that level you're getting to.
Referred to that as the 2030 number, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And there's also in the social security component plan, there's one other piece that we have to pay. The employee has to pay an additional 0.8%. The employer has to pay an additional 0.8%. And that's an extra number they impose saying, if you're going to come affiliate with our plan, we need to make sure you're not going to hurt the people that are already in the plan. So you're going to give this extra percent, or I'm sorry, it's 0.85. You're going to give an extra 1.9% on top of what other people already do, because we need to make sure you're not going to hurt the people that are in the plan. And they run an actuarial analysis every couple of years to see if we were entered, they would see if we still need to keep contributing the extra 0.85 and 0.85. But all of those numbers that I calculated for you based on the last 12 months of data, the last 12 months of overtime experience, that incorporates all that in there.
So those are worst case scenario numbers.
Worst case scenario, given the vacancies we've had for the last 12 months, but not worst case scenario, if in your mind you're thinking, we got to find a way to add another 15 people in the sheriff's office. No, that's not in those numbers. I don't know off the top of my head what the KRW study says and how many confinement and patrol staff we would need to hire. I don't know.
I don't remember off the top of my head either,
Yeah.
but I think just for a future session could
Yeah,
include that.
yeah.
So that we understand, because I mean, I don't know, I think we all share a goal of knowing the true cost of public safety. And making sure the voters know the true cost of public safety in Clear Creek County. Including having a safe and healthy jail.
And, yeah, just to add to that, so that 0.8%, FPPA will not increase that additional percentage, right? It can decrease over time, but it will not increase.
The
at any point in time.
addition, correct, the additional 0.85,
Yeah.
employer, employee, that is just new affiliations have to pay that. And over time, an actuarial analysis could prove, in fact, they could drop it. That part of that 0.85 or even all of it. Yes. Just a good question.
I mean, so even, right, we're looking at 2030, right? We get to 2030 as the 6.1%. I mean, we're asking for a 2.9% contribution on the contribution that Victoria already makes. Right?
Right, 3%. Kind of would put us in line with average of surrounding counties. Yes, and in FPPA, it's important to note in the Social Security component plan, the employees' contributions are getting to that final all-in dollar faster. The employer has the 0.5% till 2030, but the employee is getting to where they have to go faster.
Isn't there, help me understand, isn't there an election process through the sheriff's office? Peter, do you have information on that? On what? I'm sorry. Isn't there some kind of an election process to get into FPPA?
Yes, you have to go through the process, but it's organized and it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, so the sheriff's office would have to take a vote on it. The sheriff's office employees, and I think is it 75% or 85% favoritism rate? Those who favor going into FPPA, that is the percentage we would need from our employees to be able to move forward.
And I think we could check. I think FPPA changed that recently and you no longer have to vote. The employees don't have to vote to get into it, but you do have to file something with CRA to get out of it. There is a legal process. There are steps you must follow and check all the boxes. And CRA gets the right to come in and give their presentation to law enforcement and say, here's why you should stay in CRA. There's a process that must be followed there to pull them out of CRA. But I can verify that and let the county manager know. I'm pretty sure FPPA did away with the vote to require to enter.
Yeah, that's information I gathered 6 or 8 months ago.
Very recent, yes, Lieutenant DeBiase, very recent change.
Well, I'm glad to see that they are interested in trying to add members. Because if they were interested in trying to add members, there's some change to legislation that could definitely make, fiscal responsibility minded fiduciaries more comfortable. So, I mean, it seems like I think the decisions that the board has to make today is, are we going to direct staff to increase, to work into the budget, a 3% increase in our employer contribution? And to think through whether we would require that 3% increase of all of our staff or provide it as an option. I think that's an outcome that I'm hearing support for.
Yes.
And
it seems to me they already have the option to increase. So I don't know how that really plays into our budget calculations.
It's a good point. Doesn't play into the budget calculations, just plays into our HR policy work.
Well, the earliest a move for public safety into a different plan would hit our budget. Sounds like it's 2026 and it could be 2028.
Right. So, I mean, for next year, I think what you're hearing is that we want to at least have financial parity with our neighbors.
But if we're gonna review the possibility of making that change, you know, even if it includes more assumptions than we're comfortable with, don't we need to understand what that cost looks like in 2028 or 2026?
I think so. And so what are the steps to what other information is missing to?
Can I just back up a step and clarify something real quick? So Commissioner Marlin, you are saying that you would like to see 3% across the board, whatever it turns out being, whether or not the sheriff's office and FPPA, what is the cost of 3% for everyone? And I think from a policy perspective, what you are driving at is, does the board decide employees need to mandatorily match that in their 401, yes or no, right? And then, as Commissioner Houston said, they do voluntarily have the option to put a lot more money in the 457 if they want to now. But there is a policy decision on your part. If you're going to give 3% more mandatory, do you want to make it mandatory for employees to match? And then the second piece, we didn't really talk much. I glossed over this on the county retirement slide, that first slide. You give an additional 2% to people that have been here for 15 years or more. There are 22 people getting that right now. What do you do with that? Do you just say, you know what, we're doing away with that 15-year longevity pay, basically is what it is, and everyone's going to get another 3%? Or do you grandfather those 21 people and let them keep getting the 2%? What do you do with that provision in our pension plan now?
Thank you. I had that in my notes to bring up too. I'd like to hear what staff would recommend.
Well, if I'm one of the 21 people getting 2%, I want another 3 on top. I want to keep my 2.
I would suggest you be grandfather them in and do away with the longevity.
We're saying this without HR in the room too.
I
You know,
agree.
their job is retention.
Yeah, I most certainly will talk with them, but I mean, that would be my recommendation. You grandfather in those who have it. And longevity pay is something that's going away in organizations.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate people that choose to work here for more than 15 years. 15 years, maybe it's because I'll say only 38 years old, but 15 years feels like a really long time. And if I was,
It's gonna change soon.
if I was a 1-year employee, I don't know if I'd look at, 14 more years and I get 2%. If that's an incentive to me. So I think I'm definitely into the people who are getting that benefit now, not being harmed, definitely into that.
Sure.
And-
Mr. Chair, if you remember, our late commissioner suggested that we incent those who are young in their careers to contribute more as opposed to paying for longevity.
That's when it's more valuable. That money gets to sit there and build interest for a while. So I get that. So yeah, I mean, I'm curious to hear what staff thinks about that. I think we should definitely put that on for a future work session to really focus on that 2% and what we do it. I think we should be clear that what we're not discussing is those 21 employees losing a benefit. We're not discussing that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Whether we do away with that or modify it, some context around how our neighbors treat that, how other organizations treat that, would be really helpful. With respect to FPPA, I mean, what's obvious is, and it's already been stated, is that that's not what we're going to be doing next year. What isn't obvious is the option that we have this year, which is FPPA, as this was mentioned in one of the slides, requires a Tabor election for us to get into. Right, we have to ask the voters if we can accept an irrevocable commitment. And I think that's the thing that the board needs to discuss, whether we want to direct staff to bring that language so that we have the option to put it on the ballot, because our next meeting would be our last opportunity, correct?
Yeah, and I do want to clarify something, just make sure the board is aware. So although we would like, that would be, the plan would be to get it on this ballot, the county can actually propose a Tabor measure any November year, any November. It does not have to be even numbered years. So I wanted to make that clear. So if for some reason we did not make the ballot this year, we would be able to by next November. But there's no reason we couldn't do the ballot this year. And I wanted to also let you know that what Marie said is correct, that an affiliating department is not required to conduct an election unless they are seeking re-entry into the plan. So the initial entry, as long as they vote to disaffiliate from their local retirement plan, which would be CRA presumably, that vote would be required, but they do not need a vote to actually enter FPPA. That's from the plan rules, just so you're aware.
Okay, and our current staff that has a balance from CRA, if they move to FPPA, that balance sits in a CRA account. They can move that around as they please under the current rules.
So they could choose after 1 year in FPPA to use their CRA balance to buy service credits in FPPA, to buy themselves years of service. Or they could leave it in CRA. It's totally up to them.
I mean, one of the things, like what I'm hearing, and I believe it, is that because all the other employers use FPPA around us, it's a disincentive to come here, and it's an incentive to leave as soon as you can, because you're not building those service years.
Sure. All other cities, there are no counties in.
Yes. Yes. So all but 3, unless you want to count Park, 4 of our neighboring organizations are members.
Of FPPA?
There are no counties in FPPA.
So no counties, so Empire, Georgetown, Idaho Springs PD, the fire authority are all with FPPA. We're the only law enforcement entity in the county not affiliated with FPPA.
And in the metro area, yeah, because I don't know, I wouldn't be thinking about it in terms of whether it's a county government or a city government. If I was a law enforcement officer, I'd probably be this is why, when we did our last wage study, we looked at municipalities too, because the type of government doesn't much matter to the employee, I think.
Oh, but to be clear, I mean, we have the same problem on the non-sworn side. All the cities are in para. Most of the cities are in para. So when they come to us, they're no longer contributing to para. So we have that same problem, but that's clearly a cost prohibitive option for us moving forward. But the same problem exists throughout the county in terms of competitiveness.
So you're making the argument that generally speaking, counties just do worse by their employees on retirement, right? It's whether you're law enforcement, whether you're somebody else, we're just doing worse.
We're different. We're different. I mean, you got a competitive thing and then you've got how much are you contributing, right? Well, we can get to the same contribution point, but that doesn't address the competition or the competitive when they want to be able to hire municipal law enforcement to come over on that side. It's the competition part. We can get to the being equal in terms of the percentage that we give. At least on the FPPA side, if you choose to do that.
The reason that counties have not traditionally been in FPPA is because they couldn't be part of FPPA. That changed, I believe, about 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago with legislation, maybe even sooner. I'm not sure, but it has definitely been within the last recent changes that the legislature did. At the same time that the legislature said that the FPPA board could make its own rules and make its own determinations. When they kind of turned that over, it also expanded the language. It was a big push from Jefferson County. Jefferson County has not elected to go to FPPA yet, but that doesn't mean it may not. I think the big issue that was affecting the counties was the taper question. And I think it's gradually been more and more resolved. I did confirm Uray County is not putting it on the ballot this November, but may do it next year. Montezuma County purportedly does have it on the ballot, but I'm waiting for confirmation from the Montezuma County attorney. At some point, it is likely, just so you're aware, that the argument or that I would have probably pointed out that no other county has done it, which would lead me to have pause. I think legally, it's less an issue from a legal perspective and more an issue from both timing and just political aspects.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why our new sheriff would be bringing this to us. We asked him to help to reconsider everything, you know? So. Just trying to leave space for that.
I appreciate that. I'm still curious what our cost of participating in FFPA looks like during one of those first full or partial fiscal years when we would be doing it.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the question in front of us with respect to this ballot measure is that in order to get on the ballot, we have to direct staff today to build that language, correct?
Yes.
We would have the opportunity, and if we did that in our next meeting, to decide whether we want to get on the ballot, whether we want to wait, or whether we want to say neither of those, we don't think this is a good idea. And so, I mean, I think that's the question in front of us is are we interested enough in the option to keep moving to develop that option? Right now, it's not legally an option. And let me not over-explain to you. I'm really just trying to understand this myself.
You're making a good point. So legally speaking, do you go through all the trouble of figuring out how much it's going to cost, what the effect is going to be? Do you go to all that trouble before you even know that the voters have said, yes, you can participate and offer a reasonable thing? You get it on the ballot, you have that permission, but the other benefit is that you have time now between the November, well, probably November, we wouldn't have crunched numbers to actually put out there, but you'd have that information out there for it to be on the ballot. Just so you know, this issue could also be on a biennial county election, and those occur in May. So if we didn't make it, and if the board decided it wasn't comfortable, now that I've gone back and I've checked the details on this, I mean, you could make May. You could budget for it if you wanted to, and determine that for the 2025 budget, but you'd still need the voter approval. Do you budget for it, put that expense when you don't have the voter approval? So there is a benefit, in my view, from a legal perspective, to having that information out determined first.
Well, I would argue if we went in November, what you just said is we have an opportunity, if it doesn't pass, to try again in May, and then again in subsequent November with better messaging or
That's
different
true.
messaging.
That's absolutely the case.
Mr. Chair, I don't know how you put anything on the ballot when you don't have an understanding of the financial impact of the organization. And if we can tell you that by May, I don't know if I can, actually, can I ask the county attorney a question? If they approve a ballot measure on September 5, can we revoke that and not be on the ballot, or are we on, period?
It would be on the ballot. Once we submit the language to the clerk and recorder on September 6th, it goes on the ballot.
So there's no way to pull it back at that point.
No, but there's understanding that if the board decided to do that, even if it went to the vote and if it passed, there's no obligation on the county to then pursue that avenue. There's no financial obligation on the county. There's no expectation, nor is there a time limit that says, okay, you must do it now within the next fiscal year. You get approval to enter into the FPPA. It is an open-ended permission slip.
Correct, but it paints the board into a corner because now they've got an approved ballot measure that says we can go to FPPA. And that puts them in a bind with their sheriff's office who wants to go to FPPA.
So from a legal perspective, it does not put them in a legal bind. So if your point is that it's making a political perspective, perhaps, or the board, if it determined it didn't want to go into FPPA, could also say that fiscally it doesn't make sense. And they could share that with the voters, which I think would be a reasonable thing as well.
Is there a difference in cost between participating in the November and the May election?
Oh, I disagree.
You mean add?
Oh, I think there
it's
is.
not part of the coordinated.
Yeah, there is a cost. You have, yes.
But what is the cost? It's not significant.
I think when we did special election with rec district, it was around 20 or 25 for a special election like that.
Because it would still be a mail ballot and we'd be the only ones doing it, so we'd pay the whole cost. Right now it's coordinated, we're paying a portion.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I want to be clear. I'm not opposed to doing something for the sheriff's office. That's not my point in any of my comments. It's just being able to walk in with our eyes wide open in terms of what that cost is. And if it's going to take 18 months to get into FPPA, if that's where we ultimately go, then why not wait until May so we can have a complete understanding of what that cost is going to be and then go to the voters in May? As opposed to, we can do our best over the next 2 weeks to give you another number, but we haven't even, I haven't gotten all the budgets submitted yet, so we don't even know where we stand. I mean, one other piece of information right now, we think our benefits are going to come in at least 7% up. So we're going to have a conversation about is the county going to eat that cost? Are we going to pass some of that cost on to our employees, which we have not done in several years? So there are a lot of factors at play when it comes to.
Yeah, I mean, including an initiative that's on the ballot that could cost us like 8% of our general fund. So yes, a lot of factors. I feel mixed. I mean, I could see, I don't want to continue to imply promises. When I'm actually very mixed on whether this is wise. I also, generally speaking, think it's a good idea to develop options. And so I think I could be convinced that we want to direct staff to build this ballot language. If we did it, one of the things in my mind, if we did it and we decide we're not getting on the ballot in September, I think we put it in our pocket. That's work that's done. I don't know, Mitch Hart, how's this landing on you?
I would support building language and then having a chance for people to further the conversation. Think about it. And Peter, how much staff time are you going to need to get that done?
It'll take a little bit of time, but I'll get it done. I could definitely do it so it's prepared and ready for the agenda. And the board can consider it then on the 3rd, and then it's completely up to the board. No obligation, and if not, I have one other ballot initiative that I worked on quite a while ago relating to open space that we never moved forward with, and that's sitting in my file as well. So it's just work I don't have to do later.
I think that could give us some time to evaluate, just, assuming we would put it on the ballot because we want it to pass, sort of what positions us best. This is going to be a very full ballot. And that makes me nervous.
I'd also be curious that if it was on the ballot rather, what the sheriff's department could do to help engage the public with information so they can make informed decisions. So maybe that's something you guys can think about.
Peter, do you know legally, I mean, do we have authorization to be able to go to the public and present the FPPA to the public or try and persuade them to vote in favor of the FPPA? I don't know how that works.
I would discuss the parameters of that with you offline. It's more appropriate in a different setting.
Okay.
I will just share. This is just my sort of layperson's understanding. I have seen educators in this community knock on doors in support of ballot measures. So what you don't hear Peter say is that there's no possible way that you could advocate for something. We do live in a country that has, as its First Amendment, a freedom of speech.
The county itself formally may not do certain things. It has an ability to provide information in a blue book that goes out to the voters as far as support in the community or an other organization or entity putting forth support.
Yeah. So what I haven't seen is a school district spend money, but I've seen its employees on their off time go knock on doors.
Without their badge on.
Without their uniforms on. I think I agree with Mitch. I think that I don't see much harm in developing the language. So if you would do that, Peter, that would be great.
And so if the FPPA is put on this ballot as a ballot measure and it doesn't get voted on this try, I mean, there still is potential in the future to throw it on another ballot, right? And continue to try and vote for that and get it passed. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and there's are good arguments on both sides of whether that's the right strategy. Some people advocate strongly to be prepared and win once, and because people I already voted no on this. Why are you continuing to bug me with this? Can become a compelling campaign message for a no campaign. But these are the things that we are going to give ourselves another couple of weeks to think about, right? Because our next meeting is September
3rd.
Okay, and the outcomes of this meeting are we do want to ask for 3% or whatever parity is. I don't want to overspecify. We want to ask for parity to be built into our budgets. We have some policy questions that we want you to help us wrap our heads around with respect to the 2%, with respect to whether we would make a 3% increase mandatory on the employer side. I would suggest I'd like to know what the employees on the employee side, I'd love to know what they think about that. If we have a way to sort of measure their support for a mandatory 3% increase to their contributions.
I mean, can we do like an optional increase in contributions like the way Jeffco is doing it?
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah, giving the employee the choice, hey, employees, we as a board are willing to give another 3% if you want to give 3%. If you would like to give another 1, we'll give another 1.
I like that option. I think that's one of the options. So like, yeah, just like bring us a conversation how to make that policy functional. And I thought I had questions for FPPA, but what I'm hearing answers them, which is that they can get to a 2% increase and they intend to.
Yeah, they've built it into the year 2030. It's going up 0.5% to the year 2030 period. And then they can do more after that. They just have, it's out there, right? We're doing it and this is happening every single year.
And given it that if we started today, it's not in the 2028, it's not until 2028 that it's in the budget. I would just have those estimates reflect that 2% increase.
Yeah, and again, the numbers that are in here expect that 2% increase is built in. What's not in here in these numbers is, do we need 10 more people on patrol? Do we need 10 more people in the jail? That's not in here. What's in here is the staff we have hired today.
Oh, you said that and you had to say it a couple of times for it to sort of register. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think we have an outcome. Anything else?
So I think I heard you ask for one of the staff considerations on increasing the retirement benefit would be considering a match program whereby our additional contributions would require some sort of employee match. Just wanted to say that out loud and make sure I heard it right.
Yeah, yeah. Whether our increase would require an increase in their match, whether we want to go with an optional program where they can opt into it. Yeah.
And you want us to pull our employees before the third.
If you are making it optional, like the board's willing to give up to an additional 3%, then I don't know if a poll matters, right?
No.
It's optional.
Right, but if I'm not willing to give any, do I get any?
I would vote for no. If you're not,
That's the question is, if you're willing to go up to 3, I'm not willing to give any, that means I get nothing. Are we okay with that?
and if you look at a lot of other jurisdictions, Brian, in the 457 plans,
Right.
there is a match, right? And 457 is completely voluntary.
Right.
And the organization, the government organization will match up to a certain point of your 457 contribution. It's very common.
And we have the Roth too, right?
Yeah, it's
We don't have a match on it, right?
we don't have a match for any of the 457, pre-tax or Roth, either one.
But yeah. The people in the put in there.
I'm not ready to say anything definitive. I'm
Sure, I understood. It's just, those are all the
Yeah.
nuances of the question.
Okay. I don't think we need anything else. Thank you, Marina. I'm gonna miss your financial analysis.
Well, I have to say, this particular project right here was so much fun. I love digging into details and getting answers and putting analysis together. So it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
I also want you to know there are a lot of counties in the state of Colorado that now have the model you built for me to understand what happened with 233 and they love it. And they're like, who's your finance director? This level of financial analysis into our organization. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let somebody steal
We lend each other's work to one another on a regular basis, including some counties that really, really think they're smart. Okay, next on the agenda. Work session to discuss the fire authority organizational review next steps. This is a standing agenda item. Frequently we end up with not much to discuss. And thank you to the sheriff's office staff for being here.
Thank you. Good day.
I'm trying to shift gears here to get there was something that
Well, we're gonna be, can you pull up the agenda real quick?
Oh, for the fire
For the
authority?
meeting on Thursday. So we're gonna be talking about IDA changes. I remember that from the agenda. I'm trying to think real quick what it says. There's more Title 32 conversation.
IGA modifications, let's see, board representation, funding contributions, exploration of Title 32, confirm list of necessary IGA modifications before the end of the year. Modified IGA action plan, establish a poll plan timeline. When do you want a signed IGA? What information is needed to create specific modifications? Evaluate the organizational structure options based on discussion, takeaways, and meeting outcomes from the June and July meetings. And next steps.
Going over the community survey. I mean, I think we need to make a decision pretty quickly, right? Respect to that IGA. That expires at the end of the year, or I guess, does it automatically renew? I'm not remembering right now off the top of my head, and it takes action, right? So.
we've got, in my mind, a couple of months before we really need to have something that we're, having final conversations about. I don't want to put any jurisdiction in the position of having 1 or 2 meetings to execute a document.
Which means you got 2 months of joint meetings left.
I'm starting to wonder about one of the complications with this is Title 32 needs to get on the ballot to be authorized as a government. It also needs to be on the ballot for tax revenues. The thing that I'm starting to wonder about is whether, like, through a contract with an entity that has existing revenues dedicated to fire, could have those revenues go to the Title 32. Does that make sense? Like, for example, our ESGID revenues. If we decided that we wanted those revenues to contribute to a Title 32, could the board do that?
Yeah. I think I previously advised the board that the municipalities and the county may not, well, I can't speak for the municipalities because I'm not their attorney. But a local government, a county may not take public funds and give it to another local government for that reason without some sort of interlocal agreement. And I'm not quite sure how, if the county's part of the special district, it's already receiving the taxes from that or would be getting the funding from that. So there'd be no purpose to ESGID to contract with the special district it is a part of for fire protection services, for example.
Assuming it had any revenues.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Think of it in terms of, could we take general fund dollars or ESGID dollars and give them to Gilpin County or Boulder County? Think of it in that sense. And there's no provision in statute that would allow for that type of contribution or donation.
Okay. Otherwise, I mean, I think the process is proceeding well. I look forward, that agenda sounds good to me. The survey meetings seem to be going well.
We're quickly reaching the end of our not to exceed number with our facilitator. We're gonna exceed it.
Where is that money coming from? Is it our general fund or is it just GID?
Can I charge that the ESGID? I didn't even think of that. Well,
but
we
all
would
that money's,
probably have to have that. The IGA would probably have to authorize that.
yeah, yeah.
Because right now we said that it all goes to the fire
It's-
authority.
As it stands right now, it's been paid out of the general fund.
And that might be something for us to state. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. What is in that? What's the not to exceed amount?
15,000.
15,000.
Can you take it out of community projects?
We can get it paid. It's just.
Yeah.
And we paid for the study.
Yeah.
We paid for the survey. We're paying for the survey.
Mhm.
Paying for the facilitator.
And the food.
We're making progress.
Yeah, we're making progress. Money well spent.
Um, Do you think the municipal governments are being briefed by the individuals that come to the meetings? And I ask that because if we're going to try to get them to approve something within a few months, if they're not getting any information and seeing that we've converged and we're starting to function, if they're not hearing that, they're going to be less likely to sign quickly.
It's a really good question, and maybe it's a question for this agenda.
Mhm.
When was the last time your board discussed this?
Or flip it around, what do they think about all this?
Yeah, Yeah, what are you?
Because
hearing
that's
from
not,
the rest of
there's
you?
no accusation there.
Yeah,
It's like, what do your governments think? What are you hearing?
that's a really good question. Um,
People don't like surprise, and if this becomes a November surprise, it could be an uphill climb.
yeah. Okay, I don't think I have anything else on that. I did have, I guess I'll report, I had a really good meeting, a one-on-one with Kelly, Baby, and just to talk about how to work the mission CIT recommendations into a here's what it'll cost number. The Fire Authority Board, I think this week, is going to have a meeting that I hope is pretty decisive around. We now have a consensus response. Here's what we think we agree with in the study and what we think it'll cost. Right, like the number that you need to go start figuring out how to fund as these 5 jurisdictions. So I view all of that as really good progress.
Do you see some of those goals being built into an IGA? Not the how, but the what? Is that the kind of thing that you could get all of the participants to say is actually going to occur? I kind of want to hold somebody accountable to making progress.
I think it's a really good question.
I don't need an answer today. I'll just stick with, I'm hopeful that progress is made when I'm gone.
Progress is made and that we've got something to point to that's like, we did agree to this.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, elected officials turn over a lot. And so continuing to document our progress is.
Well, we seem to have a history of IGAs contemplating something that then it becomes too hard or it just doesn't get done. I'd like to kind of break that string of, let's study Title 32.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Not hearing anything. Thank you. I know that, so this concludes the public portion of the meeting. We do have some executive sessions. I will therefore move the board in.
We will come back to continue the public session, just to vote for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that at the end, but that's okay. Yeah, so we're gonna go into executive session here in a minute. We'll come back. The only thing we'll do is close the meeting. And now I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real personal or other property interest in a parcel of land adjacent to the Clear Creek County Courthouse, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to that transaction. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to Senate Bill 24-131. And pursuant to CRS 24640224E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to applying certain requirements on affordable housing units being developed in Idaho Springs.
Oh, okay.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There is another executive session noted on the agenda, but I am not asking the board to go into executive session, and that is the one relating to the FTE positions. That'll go in a subsequent agenda most likely. That's why it wasn't read in.
Okay. Thank you. Did I call the vote? I did, right? Yeah. Motion passes. Board will move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We're going to return to this meeting simply to adjourn the meeting. Nothing else will be discussed. Board has adjourned its executive session. No written minutes were, and no decisions were made. And we are adjourned for the day. Thank you, everyone.